and there have been some changes. So we will see how all this goes here. Giving it a minute, just checking to make sure everything is starting up nicely. Yes, that's good over there. Hopefully good everywhere. Actually, I'm thinking of making a video using this screenshot here, talking about things in World War II and whatnot. It's sort of, I'm finding it a bit powerful. And Sir Toyjet, hello, how are you doing today? All right, well, now I like playing other countries, but I guess maybe we'll talk about this. We'll start recording the video now. Oh, I'm doing very well. Actually, the last 3 nights, I've gotten a full night's sleep, which is really rare for me. So I'm doing actually rather well, Toyjet. Good to hear you're doing well, too. Welcome, fellow armchair generals and Hearts of Iron players. This is, of course, Gamer 1745, and I'm back in Black Ice. Yes, it's been a long time. I'm a huge fan of Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3. I have been a fan of Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4, but the last playthrough I did of this, I raged quit over conditions invading the Soviet Union. Please don't let me down, and we'll talk about this in a little bit over some of that, because I do really want to love Black Ice. I really do. So, I'm back. So we're going to be playing. Oh, and I'm playing as Germany. I like playing as other countries. I love playing as Germany because, not because of the ideology or anything like that, but to me it is one of the big what ifs, or could they have? Could Germany have won World War II? Because World War II is so essentially different than World War I, where Germany and the technology is just too limited to take on the whole world, if you will. That's virtually what happens. And so, and we can look at how could the Soviet Union win World War II? Well, we have a way that they could have already done so, because they did. How could Britain or the U.S. or whatever? That is a we have a historical reality that shows how it can be done. With there might very well be good exercises on how you could do it better, but we know how it could be done. And Germany is also the driving factor, in my opinion, for World War II. So where Italy or Romania or even Japan, they're not. And it's really only until the latter third of World War I that Germany becomes a reactive nation to what's going on, as opposed to a proactive nation. So that is why I like to play. I love to play as Germany, I should say. I like to play as other countries, but I love to play as Germany. And those that don't know my history, I've made a major German-focused mod for Black Ice Hearts of Iron 3, So I've done the modding thing in rather significant detail, mostly for 3. I have done a little bit in Hoi 4, but so I know what it is to mod. I know how easy or difficult, generally speaking, it is to do something. So I have a background in details and looking at Germany and things like that. So that is sort of why I keep coming back to Germany. Plus, it also does get a lot of views on my channel, because there's no point in making videos for 5 people. I mean, maybe 5 great people that would really enjoy them, but we want to make something that a lot of people watch. So yes, I will be playing this country or that country sometime in the future, but I mostly play as Germany for those reasons. And it does give me, how much time and effort do you put into a Romania, a participant country, or, okay, if you don't put a lot for modding, okay, it's not a big deal. I look at Germany to see, and I can look to judge it as to how good the mod is doing. And looking at one of the polls that they made, that you could pick more than one country, but it was like somewhere between 60 and 70% of the players played as Germany. Now, they may also play as a second or third country routinely, but Germany is the massively most played country, according to the stats that I've seen. So, so that's all the reasons why I keep coming back to Germany. And when I'm looking at different mods, whether it's like World Ablaze, I want to play it as Germany. Black Ice, I want to play it as Germany, to sort of judge the overall mod. Because if I jump from each country to each country, I may go, oh, hey, they didn't do a very good job on United Kingdom or something like that, but maybe they did a great job on Germany, Italy, Soviet Union, Japan. It's just, the guys that are involved, how much effort do they put into what countries does matter, and where they focus on. And maybe they let one country down, but really it's good on other countries. So just to keep a consistency factor there. All right. So we have it. And hello, Crunchy. Well, I'm in the real world. I'm playing a simulation. And yes, we will get to the tech tree very soon. Turn low. Good, probably afternoon or evening for you. All right. I think Black Ice is the most detailed or granular of mods. Let's do something simple to start out with. I like to build industry. You want to build it in some of the more developed bits of Germany. This is another thing. I really like what they've done here. I'm sort of kind of trusting. I will say I have played through up to 1938 in the last couple of days of this mod to sort of get a little bit of prep for this. I think they might do a few more of the specializations. And this is a difficult balancing thing, because we'll go to click on all purpose here. So I have to double click it. I think it may be sort of with the function here. They have lots of things to research, lots of technologies to research. So you want to a large degree, you want a nation to be able to do what it did historically, if you will. So, balancing it out. I know I heavily focus on, you see, you got a basic, oh, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do all-purpose up here. Okay, another all-purpose one. Do we want to do that? Well, let's look over here. It's 37. I have to do that. Uh, yeah, let's do quality control. So, there were institutes. Boy, it's been a while. And it's some long German name, so I forget what it was. They're just calling this Schleswig-Holstein up here. That was a marine architecture, and by that, basically a boat design would be, or ship design, or whatever institute that existed before the going back to the Kaisers and whatnot. But it did exist, and it has a bunch of thinkers that in it, and they also eventually get Austria's, because Austria did have sort of a remnant one that from the Austro-Hungarian Empire when it did have a coast, but it sort of kept its institute going, sort of limping along until Germany takes it over. So you have a lot of educated people in marine architecture, and in one, dynamic. Oh, this would be a good one to start with. Dynamic fluid. Oh no, what is this one? 800 days? That's I don't we've done that before, but it didn't take 800 days. So maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know. We'll come back to that. That just seems too long. T37. Okay, let's do here 105 days. Improved fire control systems. That sounds good. What's Crunchy saying? No spoilers. I'm listening to World War II podcast. Yes. No, this is going to be filled with spoilers. So you can take these, shall we say, well-educated men that are dealing with marine architecture and tell them to start researching, aerodynamics and aircraft and engines and flow like that. But you're going to have to retrain them. So I like the idea that there are, shall we say, focused, specialized research centers that limit what you can do. I hope these are a good balance of historically based ones. When did it start? Oh, we started about 10, 15 minutes ago. Or 14 minutes this turn. Yes. So we're just starting. We're just doing some of the basic research setups here. And there was definitely, shall we say, schools of thought. Now one thing, well, we'll get to doctrines in a bit, but this is more technologies. Now, this is one thing I don't like on this. This is so far, I don't think I've said anything that criticizes this version of Black Ice yet that I've really found. This is one thing I don't like because this isn't really here. It's over here, and this can't do it. It's really this technology here, so you need to have a general one. I think they should do a graphics thing here that lets people know that better. That's more of a thing. Well, thank you, Challenge Boys. Yes, I like to talk, and that is sort of my thing, is to make me different than other very good YouTubers. Yeah, let's do this. Combat Engineering Company is to talk about the history around the games that we play, because you can play something, I don't know, like a card game or like checkers or chess or something that has no real relations to non-historical games, Candy Crush or whatever, and really fun games. But what brings these games alive to me is the history involved with them. Okay, national focus. This is what Turin wanted to see. So this is a huge national focus tree. Yes, I know I'm zoomed out so far. I can't even read it on my screen, so I'm sure you can't. But this is a very good national focus tree. I don't. It almost seems like they've taken a look at my mod for Hearts of Iron 3. Not that that's a problem, it's out there. You can take a look at it. And then used it as, shall we say, because obviously for Hearts of Iron 3 you don't have national focuses, used it as significant inspiration for this. Though I do think they have to a degree done their own work as well. I'm not saying, oh, they've copied me. No, that isn't the point. It's just because a lot of it in my research, and we're, of course, we're not, this isn't like somebody who's coming up with a new Lord of the Rings or the new Star Wars or new, Battlestar Galactica IP that's copying off somebody else. We're all looking at history. We're all doing a history-based thing. So we're all working from the same playbook anyways. And it's just, to a degree, it's how well do we know that book? How well do we know history? And then two, it's our interpretations, because we are, reverse engineering World War II, if you will. We're reverse engineering, going back and trying to figure out just what the industrial capacity of a particular German tank factory was. Do we force them to make, because I do know that Germany, at different stages, before the war definitely, and then particularly after the fall of France, slows down production on various things, including some tanks. And Germany's at times suggest, make us 60 of those tanks. And the company's going, deliver them in, 3 months. We could do 10 times, no, not 10 times. We can do 3 times as many of those tanks if you want. No, we just want to pay for 60. We just want to try them out for a while, because it's going to be a long time before the war. Now, so I know this to be a fact, that a lot of these, at stages, not at all points, but stages before World War II breaks out, German tank industries could be producing a lot more tanks. And are we trying to force people into making the same mistakes that World War II did? And I am of the school is, so long as it's within the viewpoint, could be termed ideology, but viewpoint of the nations that we're modeling, I think the nations shouldn't be forced into making the same mistakes. Meaning, unless you're really going out there and making the British Union of fascists or something, Mosley takes over Britain. Britain's going to be basically Britain. It isn't going to ally with Germany and fight France. Within the realms of possibility, they shouldn't have to make the same mistakes. So we're going to start with the Rhineland. But we can come back here and we can take a look. Hitler's speeches, and again, I do like that a lot of these, including, and I could have done, this is 7 days, this is 0 days, another 7 days. Some of these for just a few days gets you a lot. A lot of these, some of these are, this or this choice. But a lot of these national focuses were achieved at one stage or another in World War II, so that you should be able to do most of them. Again, some of them are. This is not so much is there Heinkel or Messerschmitt. It's which one are you focusing on, kind of thing. Where's your focus? Not does it exist. And so, we can come down here, a lot of various things to develop it out. Hello, Nate. How you doing? I've been waiting. I'm a little lost on pre-war buildup on Black Ice. Somehow you explain what you're doing better while talking history. Well, hopefully I help people out. And hello, the Rus Inquiries industry rework is out. Okay, this is and I don't know if it I don't know if it was because I sort of poked them a few days ago, saying I was going to be out this, but they've updated this to work, a version to work, because they also have their sort of test version. This is the current standard release version that is updated to the latest version of Hearts of Iron 4. So you don't need to run an older beta, and you don't need to run the test version. I was informed that the test version is pretty stable and good, because I didn't want to judge a game on a test version that maybe things aren't working out well. As in, not so much we all understand that there's, bugs that don't work, but shall we say balancing out features, which could be, like we've been talking about, how many slots, research slots do you have going, and what types? You may go, well, we've added so much new technology for a nation like Germany, because they did do a lot of naval research, they did do a lot of air research, they did do a lot of ground research, plus a lot of other industrial researches and all these various things. Do we need to add more research slots just to make up for that? The sort of balancing thing. And they said it's pretty good, but it's updated a lot. And I'm going to be basically playing this game on, well, I may play it faster, I don't know, but mostly on Sundays, so that it takes a while to get through, where you might get through a game within a week or 2 weeks. This is going to take me a few months, one way or another, just because I'm releasing stuff, and I like to have interaction with everyone out here. So yes, and Sing, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, of course. I'm more concerned about you, Sing. I hope you're doing a bit better. Britain and Germany concluding peace in 1940 is more realistic than 90% of vanilla focus trees. Yes. And it's, I'm picturing, not Churchill, not Chamberlain, the guy that was the other conservative guy who had stayed overnight at Goering's place a few times. And no, not Mosley. For some reason, I blank on a name that I need to have. It's not just because I'm old. I've always on proper names like that for things if I'm not. And I'm even picturing is, oh, well, very good. Very good. You can go home tomorrow. At least you can get out of the hospital. Being in the hospital is not fun. Not fun at all. Yeah. Oh boy, Halifax. Thank you, Toy Jet. Thank you. Yep, that's all I needed. Halifax. Yes, Halifax. He and everything I've read about him, he's not pro-German, but and I wouldn't say he's defeatist. On the other hand, he isn't also like just defeatist, but he, I think, with the shock, and it is a shock that France falls so fast. It is a shock to the Western world. Not that Belgium fell. I mean, everyone knew Belgium was going to collapse. But it was a shock that France fell. That with that, Halifax, I think, now, we don't know how he would have been in office, but if there's a few setbacks, if it's getting really tight for starvation coming to France because the U-boats out there are sinking too many convoys, if they're being pushed too close to the Italians early on, the Germans aren't down in the Mediterranean in 1940. I could see Halifax negotiating not a French-like surrender in which large bits of British territory are given up, but an armistice, if you will, if not a full-out peace treaty. I could see that happening under Halifax, not under Churchill and whatnot. So yes, there are realistic other, and I agree with you about the vanilla focus trees. I'm a if you develop a good, you want to do alt history. I like alt history. If you want to do a good alt history that goes down to somehow events happen that put somebody like Mosley in charge of Britain, okay, and you sort of work that out. That's fine. But first, let's do a good history setup, and that's what we have here. So yes, Halifax is the name I was looking for. So yes, we have a very good now this, and you need to sort of also look at this, and I knew this looking out, it's not immediate. I mean, when you hover over it, it says it needs this, and I knew that, but you need to have these texts first before you can get some of these. So some of these, you need to research the Sonderkraftfahrzeug first before you can do some of these things. So there is definitely a learning curve here, and not just hover over to see what's going on. Alt history, like Germany attacking Turkey instead of the Soviets. Yeah, I mean, well, you see, again, if we're looking at, I mean, we can look at all kinds of, one thing, obviously we're doing alt history here, and that we're not going to refight the same battles with the same stuff and hope for the same outcome and just sort of watch a movie replay of World War II. We're going to try to, with a game like this or watching the video series, we're going to, well, what if we do things this way, whether they happen to be, in some cases, maybe the same as World War II. In other things, they may be very different as World War II. But so long as the alt history is historically plausible, I like that in the general. And there's one that's sort of like I call it the wild and wacky world of Kaiserreich. They have reimagined a post-World War I world in which Germany wins, and it's sort of, I think it's wild and wacky, and it holds together within its viewpoint. So either whether you're looking at a particular country, there was like, I never really played it and whatnot, but one guy made a mod for Hearts of Iron 3 that actually sort of had events taking place prior to 1936, but you started in 1936, but these were sort of things that had happened beforehand that actually puts a Nazi or fascist type government in Sweden. And he knew the history well enough. You see, if you know the history well, you can make good alt history. You know the sort of, like one sort of riot or something that happened. I remember from reading about his thing in which maybe some government, and maybe it was over a mining strike or something. There's some people got shot at, and a few alt history things that lead up to and make a plausible, radical right wing or whatever you want to call it, government come into power in Sweden. Okay, so if you design that even just for one country and leave all the rest of the world alone, that's a valid thing, because you're taking it history and you're doing an alt history thing, or you're remixing the whole world. Those two are, to me, are interesting alternatives to doing, not just the wacky stuff that the Paradox does. Or it's the historically plausible alt histories, which there's we'll get to it. Good chance that Germany could have invaded Switzerland, but obviously they did not. But Switzerland is not going to join alliances with anybody else unless a few very interesting things might happen. But you need to plot those out, and I actually have done that sort of for Switzerland, to sort of either go a bit more to the Allies or a bit more to the Nazis and fascists and break the country up, sort of kind of thing. And you can sort of look at that. And so you've got to know what you're doing to be able to do good alt history. You've got to know history well first. It's not just make up, oh, restore the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or restore the Byzantine Empire in 1920s. Yeah, yeah, okay. Not gonna be because of there. Basically, I was at my work and bank official came and said, you didn't pay. You're gonna see. Well, a lot of stress, like you were saying there, Sing. I know the loan I took was small, and the amount that they say was literally basically the banker. Well, very good. Glad things are fine now with that situation. I do hope you get well. Okay, so we need to do a little bit of trading for rubber. I have, and this is partially now a problem of black ice, partially a problem of Hearts of Iron 4. Is Germany really going to trade with Dutch East Indies for rubber? I'm going to talk out my ass because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to the Dutch East Indies. But I'm going to presume it's something like the British Empire. Probably the Dutch did not allow outsiders to buy rubber. You probably had to buy it from the Netherlands. Because I know in the British Empire, and I know it may be a bit more 19th century, and you do have here directly, United Kingdom does have rubber here, is that the whole point of the colonies were a mix between, it was meant to be an autarkic system, meaning self-sufficient, but Britain particularly wanted to export as well as import things from outside of its empire. But it wanted to come through Britain, if you will. It didn't want the British Raj or India to export rubber to Germany or somebody. They wanted it to be shipped to Britain and then shipped to Germany so that Britain gets its cut on the exports that are leaving. And it wants to also, because Britain, up until World War II, was a manufacturing center around the world. So it wants to sell its manufactured goods to India and not have Indians import, say, American manufactured goods. So it wants to protect its market. So it wants to, if it's something that Britain either doesn't manufacture enough, it wants it to be imported into Britain to pay import duties or whatever, and then sent to the empire. Now, where this, if you look at game terms, why does this matter? Well, why it matters is if I'm buying it from the Dutch, I don't have to do any shipping. And you just, rubber shows up into, Rotterdam or wherever and gets put on a train or a barge and goes into Germany. It doesn't have to be shipped all around the world. I do get the idea, and there definitely was with the Dutch East Indies, that it was almost, not 100%, but almost its own military, if you will. It was treated differently than the sort of home militaries of the Netherlands. And not just because they picked up, some local recruiting of units, but just the way it sort of worked. And so from an AI perspective, you don't necessarily want the defensive AI to either pull all of the troops out of the Dutch East Indies and stick them in the Netherlands, or the reverse. So I do get the idea of why you want to have something like this, but I really wish we could just purchase from them. And yes, not everything here I'm talking about. Okay, let's just do one there. We're going to do rubber there. We're going to allow this chromium to sort of lag at the moment. But also, from playing this, I know we need to, and for some reason, Romanian oil will disappear from you even if you try to get it. My understanding from some of the Versailles treaties, most of the Romanian oil was supposed to go to Germany, but I don't know with this mod. It doesn't seem too much like it. Let's try. I mean, we can always fall back on either the Dutch East Indies or the Americans or somebody, but let's try to see if we can capture. No, let's just do 24 because we're going to start to use up here, because notice here we have daily current daily consumption that they have both from the military and civilian demand of fuel. So this is a very interesting development, I think, with this game, and that specifically there is the domestic needs for oil, which were considerable. All right. Well, one of the other things we need to do in setting up and getting started here is to manage some of these. And the big thing to start with here is the Navy. Now, that probably won't matter because I don't know if anything will get done before it. I'm going to move this guy down here because he's barely started. He's a bit started, but we have some that progresses much further on. So once you start completing some of these, I want to, instead of doing one, because we see there's a bunch down here that have production done, but there's no active dockyard for them, we want to concentrate to some degree on ones that are near completion to get them through and completed. Let's get these up. I wish they, because they could, they do set these just a little better managed so I didn't have to do all this. At start, it's a minor thing, you just, but I start these games more often than you do, because often I think you start them and play them through and then start them again, play them through. Where I'm playing them, I'm testing and starting, testing and starting, testing and starting, testing and starting. Well, I didn't really, but that doesn't matter. We can put it up there, whatever. It's a nearly completed vessel, and I want to get these nearly completed ones done and completed and just parked, if you will, early on. Went down. So not that I got to micromanage all these, but I just some of the whatever, some of the ones, and you can go on your own game and spend a little more time. Micromanaging the order of, that's hardly even started, but oh well. And you might as well, these will be useful in the war, even if you're not going to do a major naval war for Germany, but you might as well get these into. Hello, Arno, my friend. I hope things will get better for you soon. And hello, Amazing. Yes, thank you. And hey, folk, um, 3 Oberkommando focuses each 7 days. 0 day should be taken first, then the Rhineland and Hitler speeches. Well, I want to get the Rhineland going. Um, why are the flags different? Well, if you're talking this, generally they don't want to use the swastika. And so they've used this version. I use another historical alt flag, an actual historical flag that was unofficially used when I mod for Germany, but so that's what they're doing there. I hear you on that, and we will get to these soon. But you see here, it does unlock some research stuff. Absolutely here. But and this is a shipyard, I know. Yeah, I know. It's very quick. We're gonna get there. I just want to get that unlocked. And maybe it's coming from my Hearts of Iron 3 background, but getting this unlocked normally really gives a significant boost to Germany, that you want to get that steel and aluminum production going. And hello, Lone Wanderer. There very well could be an uncensored version. I think I did see that. I want to play the official version for now, and this is just the Black Ice mod with their official graphics sub mod, and that's what I see. I want to play that before I start playing everything other mods. Okay, so we should be getting rubber. I don't think there's any decisions we want to do or can do just yet. So let's go at least that fast. Oh yeah, just change the flag probably, but this is an okay flag for me. I also don't need and I do some of my thumbnails will become have become very provocative when they're symbology, but I don't need to overly taunt the Google AI, banning. We're going to go with the lesser of the caliber guns here, mainly because I am planning on an avoidance campaign here when it comes to major naval battles. So, and these should be a bit cheaper to do. Yeah, I'm playing, and just within, and it may be because I poked them. I don't know how much influence I have over there, but I announced that I was going to be starting a playthrough earlier this week, and what versions to play, because their release version had been on a version that Paradox had gotten rid of. So they just in the last day or two had released a new main version that is supposedly compatible with the standard release version of Hearts of Iron 4, the standard release version, not a beta version or anything, or either old or new. So yeah, no test branch. And also part of the reason I wanted to do this, because even though they said the test branch was very good, they're going to update it a lot, and it's going to take me a while to get through this, because you can easily play. Well, you could play this in a day if you really wanted to play a long time, but you can play this within a couple of weeks and be sort of done with the game. I'm going to take a couple of months, so hopefully they're not going to be changing it too much on me. You would delay the building progress significantly, yeah, and I don't need to do that. Do a collab government with 2-3 times for Poland and France. They're very useful. Not exactly sure about what you're talking about. Collab with, I don't know. Okay. Winter Olympics, member of the International Olympics, has reported that we must finish our preparations. Yes. We're going to prepare for the Winter Olympics. And that does put us in the negative political power. Okay. Praise for Black Ice. I love that they're doing this. I love that they're doing this. I hate Paradox's way of presuming that it's a blank slate, meaning nobody there and you got to add people. I want, because unless it was a blank slate in 1936, and it wasn't, I want them to have a full or nearly full cabinet that you need to, that it's there. And then you can change things. But I hate that it's blank. The one thing, and maybe it's because, oh no, it's here. I'm evil. I don't think I am. But I would have him, Bernard Rust, which the Minister of Innovation. Well, I thought he was more Minister of Education. I don't know who Hans Karl is, but I thought Bernard Rust was Minister of Education and Science. And I do think you say they're calling it Minister of Innovation, but I think he was head of the Ministry of Science and Education, I think is what Bernard Rust was. He was a real nut job. Okay. One of the things is he wanted to change over the school, what days of the week, and how children were taught. That got pushed back against and got changed back to traditional. A lot of disruptive things, and he was like I say, a poor leader. He gives you some fascism support and a slightly faster research speed, but really because of his disruptions and various things, he's a negative influence. Again, for Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, my Third Reich Events mod, if you're playing with the latest version of it, he starts in your government. You want to get rid of him as soon as you can. So not always starting people should be the ones you want to keep. It's not that I want to have the A-team lineup here at start. No. It's have the historical ones, and I would have put him in as one of the domestic ministers so that you want to get rid of him and replace him with somebody better. But I do love that they put this here. I would have, just because of that known Olympics event, I would have given them a slightly bigger pool of political power at start. You're playing this game for many, and I know that you have lots of experience in the game, so I have a question. Why Hoi 4 succeeds? I'm not sure. If you can read why does or how to succeed in Hoi 4, or I'm not sure the question. Richard Derrier gives free manpower and other domestic ministers costs. Yes, folk. Now that's another complaint I have about this, and I had to look it up. It's Walter. It's Walter Dere. Yes, I know. It's Richard Walter Dere. Originally, he was born Ricardo. He changes it because of Nazi Germany, from a Latin name to a more Germanic name. But he goes by Walter. Everybody, he's known as Walter Dere. He goes by Walter. That's his, our Walter Dere or whatever. So, this is a minor picayune little thingy here. Thing, but it just, thinking right now. Was it? See, Walter de Ray, I'm trying to remember, boy, because it's been a couple of years since I've read some of the books. Was de Ray the organic foods guy? I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was into organic foods. Um, Real nut bar, pretty low bar. 19. Yeah, that. Hello, Mun Kunst Munkunstrap. I hope I'm getting that right. Um, Saying people that were crazy minimizes their capability. Yeah, because it dumbs down Hoi 4 into an arcade game. Well, I wouldn't. This. Yes and no in that arcades game, folk. Yes and no. There's both ways. And hello, Polskinato SF. How you doing? So, if it's who I'm thinking of, this is again, and this is another thing, is he was the blood and soil guy. Um, because I'm pretty sure it's Dare. It's been a while. Guys, sorry if I'm getting some of this wrong, but I think it's him. He should give a negative manpower. I agree with the negative factories in state because Dore believed in blood and soil in a mystical sense, and he wants to go back to organic farming with not monoculture, meaning not having like a big, huge fields of wheat. He wants to do lots of crop rotations and mixed plantings, and he wants to get back to sort of the gentleman farmer. And he wants to, and he does some sort of test farms set up in there in just small amounts. So he is actually for wartime production. He's counterproductive. If I'm getting all right, because his blood and soil stuff is all very mystical. Uh, yeah, all sort of Nazi mysticism types of stuff just came back from Poland safe. Well, good. I'm glad you're back from Poland and safe. Yep, it didn't go much better when the Soviet guy had the same idea either. Yeah, hello. Ro Barber Sefs. Sorry, I'm butchering some of these names I'm not used to saying. So yeah, I would say of large political movements that get significant power, especially take over government, the National Socialist Germany is the first truly green modern political party slash ideology. The Soviets and communists generally aren't green in the sort of in the modern idea of it. Um, the National Socialists are. Um, National Socialists are the first political party to go anti-smoking. They ban smoking in government public buildings, kind of thing. Not in like private offices, but in government buildings, they ban smoking. Okay. General strike paralyzes Syria. I don't think we need to go into this, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on out there in um, the Arab world at this time. Now, I haven't organized up the military just because it takes a bit, and I wanted to get the game going between my talking and having to dig into some of this stuff. Okay, so we are currently sort of day by day going down slower, but still going down. Fuel. Now, we will want to stockpile up fuel. By the start of the war, I would love to have that full with a bunch of silos. Okay, Lone Wanderer. On your crazy minimizes their culpability. Well, okay. I think they're fully culpable for all their evil that they perpetrated. I don't want to minimize that in any way, but and I know TIK, very good YouTuber. I like a lot of what he does. I think when he presents facts, he's right. Some of his judgments, it may be quibbling in some cases maybe a bit more significant. And I do a lot of reading, not original source material because I don't read German. I mean, not in any real sense, but in a lot of books like he does. Again, I'm far from saying he's all wrong. I'm saying he's mostly right, and definitely when he's pulling out specific facts, I'm not quibbling with those at all. But I think some of the stuff he's getting a bit wrong. So don't. I'm not a devotee of his, but I do watch a lot of his, not most, but some of his videos, especially in dealing with National Socialism. National Socialism is a religion, and he's very right on that. There's a few books, including Hitler's Religion, which sort of quibbled a little bit with that. I'm more aligned with Hitler's Monsters, which is another book. I agree with that book, and it just may be more. Okay, we got some returning countrymen here. Yeah, buying ships would be an interesting thing. And there were definitely ships that were being made for other countries. Make instrumentals for war, history, music. Have any song recommendations? Well, the one, and I only sort of like their stuff. I'm not like a huge fan. Some of the guys that hang out here are bigger fans of. Of course, there's Sabaton, which does a lot of history based music. But I don't know. Go back and listen to the music of the time. There's recordings of World War I era music, or there's recordings of World War II era music here on YouTube, and the Andrews Sisters and Vera Lynn and Marlene Dietrich. Listen to that stuff if you want to get an idea of what this sounds. If that's would have been, Vera Lynn is the sort of famous British singer for World War II. The Andrews Sisters, sort of the American equivalent. There were three sisters, but yeah. And Marlene Dietrich, who's German, born in Germany, raised in Germany, leaves Germany before Hitler comes to power. I think it was in like 1930 or so, but definitely is a very much an anti-Nazi Germany, who sings the song that's popular on both sides of World War II, Lily Marlene, either in English or in German. Hop over to Twitch. Okay, yes, you can watch either place. Polski. I'm just going to call you Polski. Hopefully that won't upset you too much. So yes, you can watch either place, whichever is best for you. Compared to Gracie Fields and George Burns, something, Vera Lynn was not the most popular. Formed by. Okay, well, Gracie Fields and is that you're thinking of George and Gracie, George Burns, right? And his wife Gracie, is that who you're talking about? Oh no, you're talking about somebody else. No, sorry. I'm misreading that. I don't know Gracie Fields or George Formby. Sorry. I don't know them. I'm not maybe up on all the British. No, George Formby. Okay, I don't know him. I know of Vera Lynn. I much of American stuff for singing is either things like Bing Crosby, or you're getting into more swing music with the Glenn Miller Band and other, using various vocals. He's just a band leader. Well, I watch a lot, and I have watched a lot of movies from that era. I really like movies from the starting of the talkies. So basically, starting in 1930, and through World War II, that sort of interwar period. I fall asleep with silent films too much. So, however great, and I've tried to, the many years ago, back when I was in high school, they released a good version of the silent film on Napoleon that had new instrumentals, and I tried to watch it twice, and each time within an hour or so I'd fallen asleep. Okay, it's German territory, remilitarizing a Rhineland. Now, I'm not going to go into much history on all these events. There's a lot of series that I have already done. We will be talking about the history, but I don't know how much I should repeat myself versus try to keep the flow of the video going. Okay, now one thing I want to do here is, I know from an event coming up. Let's look here. Okay, we have 4 transport planes. Okay, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to disband this air wing, which should give me so I was going to give me some. Nope. Did that just kill my 4 transports? I thought I was going to put them back into the pool. I thought I got rid of all my transport. Well, maybe there's another transport wing is trying out here. Is there another transport wing here? Yes, there is. This is, oh no, those are tactical bombers. So you did use the Junkers as a bomber? I don't know. Well, we'll get to some of that in a moment. Now, one thing we can see looking here, you're going to need a lot of them, is horse transport. So let's come back up. Oh, where is it? I'm not used to registering on it. Here we go. Let's do 2 for horse transport. I want to get, especially while we're importing extra rubber here, I want to get some planes which use rubber. Those don't, but these do, in production. So we have that. And yes, now I think is the time to do these. We'll get to the road to autarky soon, which will unlock a lot of goodies. We'll get to that. That one, I think this one will be best first. You had historical units enabled in Black Ice. You don't need to build any divisions in training queue until 1939. It's all up to that point. If you had historical units enabled, I don't know. Yeah, we will get to the Allgemeine SS here in just a moment. I'm not sure where, folk, do you enable that? If I know I have historical. I don't know. I played up to the beginning of 38, and I saw no decisions to bring in historical units. So maybe did I F this up badly? Oh boy. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to, because we may be right back to this. Game rules. Okay. Well, let's exit to manual. Well, maybe I skipped something here. Well, I did not. I either haven't played this in a long time and forgot, or presumed that it was all set up here. So maybe I need to restart all of this. Okay. Single player, new game, select country. Is it before or after this? Oh, custom game rules here. Okay. It has changed it. Well, thank you for helping me play this. You know, guys, I think we're just going to have to start over again, because I want to cover this here. So let's back to menu, single player. All right. Well, I don't know if I'm going to publish this episode that I just sort of kind of made, because I want to make this out to be a how to play, not a complete total tutorial, but that kind of thing. So I don't know if I'm going to publish this or not, but if I am, hey, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. I really do appreciate that. It does help get the videos out there and helps the channel. Okay, and everybody here, if you're on YouTube, please make sure you hit that like button. It really helps get more people in here. All right, well, let's start this again. Sorry, guys, you got to go through it all again. Hopefully it'll be entertaining enough. I don't, but I want to, that's an important thing here. I want to do this. I want to cover this and cover it right. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my first real look in a long time with Black Ice. I go back to playing Black Ice on Hearts of Iron 3. I've made a major mod for Black Ice, Third Reich event for Hearts of Iron 3, Black Ice. So I am very familiar with all of modding with Germany. And we will be looking at this, why I play as Germany in whatnot. I probably will put out my other video here that had an abortive start, but this is going to be the real start. So we're going to be playing single player. We're going to start a new game. We're going to, again, I guess, I don't know. I want to explain why I play as Germany, because I know I just got done playing World of Blaze not so long ago as Germany in both multiplayer and single player in a co-op game, so I guess 3 times. Germany is the big, to me, what if or could they have mental game that I play in my head for the last 30 or 40 years. Because to me, it's a close thing. It is not. Japan, there's absolutely no way on any realistic, well, what if they had hundreds of nuclear bombs? Yeah, well, I mean, any sort of realistic setting that they could defeat the U.S., even to the point, even a defensive defeat, meaning I'm not saying conquer the U.S., but sink enough U.S. fleets to keep them from losing the war. There, in my opinion, there is, the only thing you can possibly do is hope for either like a German victory that forces the U.S. somewhere else, or if if you sort of play a jujitsu move, and I won't go into that with there, but basically there's no way that they're going to defeat the U.S. Germany, and we know how, say, Britain or the U.S. or the Soviet Union can win World War II because they did. And now you can maybe think of, making better decisions than Stalin did, or Churchill made some wrong moves, whether it's who he put in charge or whatever. You can do it better than they did with hindsight. Now, of course, if you have a good dynamic opponent, you may make as many or more mistakes than the historical leaders. But so Germany is not because I like their ideology or anything like that. They fascinate me, yes, but it's the what if or could they have. Now, I just made the starting of this, and this is a relatively new feature because I've been a while away from Black Ice. So this is historical unit spawn. It is disabled by that. And what is just normal Black Ice game? Does someone here in chat know what the Panzeroo mod means here? Just your normal Black Ice game. Now here we can enable historical unit spawns. And this is what I want to thank Lone Wanderer and Folk for pointing this out to me. This will do a lot of historical, I don't know if all, but we're going to do that. So you don't have to, you still have to build equipment, I presume, but you don't have to build, or train up a lot of units, especially leading up to the game. Paratroop drops allowed, maximum fort level normal. Covert actions, coups, free, boost popularity, free, Japan, historical. AI behavior, historical, Romania, default. Hello, Alex. Panzeroo mode is funny. Panzeroo fun is life. Okay, well, if this is lost, nothing to do with i.e. the Confederate States in this American Civil War game. Yes, exactly. That's I want to make it clear because I will use in a lot of thumbnails, a lot of, because I do think the pageantry fascinates me. It isn't my culture to have everybody running around in uniforms and, marching in lockstep and ideology or anything like that, even if you like the ideology. But to me, the pageantry, if you will, whether it's the uniforms, the flags, the parade, are an interesting thing. It's somewhat foreign to me because being an American, with so much individualism, but it does sort of fascinate me, just the uniforms and the flags and all the different organizations. That it does as a fascination, not as a want to be it. So I do like the graphic arts, if you will, of the Third Reich, and so I will in thumbnails feature a lot of posters and photographs and other things like that. So very much. Okay, it's not historical. Okay, we will not do that. So we're going to save. I guess this is a preset. No, well, I don't know if I'll worry about that. Okay, but we have this enabled. So I guess it will stay enabled. Let's just check. Yes, I want to do this. All countries will declare war in 19. Okay, so that's just silliness. Oh, well, I agree. You shouldn't ignore history. I'm not one of these, we'll call them modern revolutionary types or revolutionary types that want to, because I'm thinking modern, well, starting with the French Revolution, they reset the calendar and want to destroy the history of France and create a new a new mythology, starting with, the French Revolution and the goddess of reason. Not that there was actual like a god, because they were very anti-religious, but very anti-Catholic, the French revolutionaries. But it's more the idea of reason over emotion, if you will, with the French Revolution. And we see that with every revolutionary movement, including Black Lives Matter. I'm not talking about whether black people's lives matter. I'm talking about the organization Black Lives Matter. They're a revolutionary movement. They were founded by at least people who pretend to be communists, but buy large houses. So all these revolutionary movements want to, because history forms people, and they want to reform mankind or personkind or whatever, and they want to get rid of observed reality. So revolutionary movements want to erase history, because history is how we got here. So history is very meaningful. So, okay, so we got these custom rules here. Now, again, because I may not use the other start that I just had, because it'll sort of be redundant and maybe mess up my algorithmic, hopefully good progress here. I'm repeating myself here again if you're one of the people live watching it. Please, 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 Black Ice, I hope you don't let me down. Maybe if somebody already knows and they could save me the pain and I could just quit now. But what got me to rage quit, and I've rage quit some of the major things, and partially I rage quit not out of hate, it's out of love, because I'm loving the thing so much that then when something goes so wrong, I'm enraged. And it was over literally massive negatives or buffs for the Soviets or negatives for the Germans. I forget the details. Just this far in geographically into the invasion of the Soviet Union. And they were saying, well, you just got to be better, gamer. You got to organize and plan your attacks out better, blah, 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 blah. It was a fucking cakewalk to invade the Soviet Union. And I can tell you there's a lot of stuff we can talk about, nuances in history, and we may do that in this series. I've done it in previous ones. I just don't know how much I want to repeat myself and how much you want to listen to me go on it. But we can essentially talk about why, they don't make it to Moscow. They do make it to Leningrad, and okay, gamer likes to backtrack and do things. One of gamer's statements or maxims would be the saying is warfare is a political art. You cannot take politics. Warfare is at its heart is political. Political. One of the definitions. Is who gets what, where, when, and how. Whether it's land ownership or food or a car or clothes, is the clothes issued to you like in the military, given to you, or do you buy it with money, or do you buy it like in World War II? A lot of times, whether it's clothes or just cloth, you had to hand in money, for at least in like the Western countries and Germany, I think, but I don't know about the Soviet Union. Just don't know enough about the Soviet Union. You had hand in money and a coupon, because the coupon said you got to get like 2 yards of material, which could be a pre-made shirt that was 2 yards of material or whatever. But you had to hand in a coupon and money. You had to have both, because you didn't want to give somebody more cloth than to make. So everybody had a shirt. And then in 2 months, issue everyone, if they have enough cloth, issue everyone another coupon for more shirts. But they don't want someone buying up 4 shirts to then not depriving somebody else. So you had to have money and coupons. So politics is who gets what, when, where, and how is one of the definitions of politics. But warfare is a political act. And politics is perception. So, is it perceived to say that you need? Is it a perceived acceptable thing that you have to hand in money and a coupon to get gasoline for your car? Rationing gasoline. Now, I'll tell you right now, in America, during World War II, there was little to no need to ration gasoline for civilian I'm not talking about commerce and industry, but just private cars driving around, for whether it's for fun or to get to work, instead of taking public transport, or 4 people piling into a car and maybe handing in periodically handing in a gas ration coupon, so that, ride sharing. There's which does, of course, get you to work and whatnot. And there's little to no need for gas rationing in America. But there is a need to ration rubber. And cars, especially back then, even more today still, but even more back then, tires consume faster back then. They're not as durable as good. I mean, they are vulcanized rubber and all this, and they're good tires, but they still, just driving on the road, they use up rubber. So what they wanted to do is not to keep you for most people from driving their car. That was fine. And it's fine that they use up some of the rubber, but they don't want to use up too much rubber because they need it for the war. And it was easier, instead of just limiting how many times they can buy tires, or trying to have a black market in tires or whatever. So instead of rationing tires, because you can maybe take tires off of, they did a lot of drives to collect rubber and everything else. But we can talk some of those again. Some of them were useful. Some of them were more get everybody involved in things. I'm talking America. It's different for Germany. It's different for Britain. I know that, but we're talking America right now. It was easier, they thought, in a big, large, systematic way, to ration gasoline than to ration rubber. So that's how they reduced rubber usage, by getting rid of unnecessary car usage. So when the public perceives that, we need the gasoline for our soldiers to fight, I don't think quite tell them that it's going to not necessary, but people will go along with it. So politics is perception. Now, again, this is what, Germans decide to besiege Stalin or Leningrad instead of storm it. Well, I don't know the character of, and if you get the perception, and the perception is different, say, in late 1942, 43 for the Soviets versus what it would be at the beginning of the invasion. Does the German war machine look unstoppable? And to the average Soviet soldier, to the average Soviet commander, and I see you guys chatting, I will get to politics is who, whom, whatever. I'm an American. I get to butcher English. So is the perception that if they did a vigorous early storm, well, if they would have fought hard, it probably would have been damaging to the German soldiers. And I'm not a deep diver into the, battles for Leningrad, but they probably could have held the city and did a lot of damage to the German units. But maybe the Soviet soldiers by that point, and also fearing maybe a vigorous Finnish counterattack or attack from the north, they might have just given up. You don't know this. I mean, we could look into who the commanders were and what they were writing, and and find, maybe we could dig into and find out and get a good idea. But the main reason the Germans don't really, Moscow, there's a lot of defenses being built and set up, and definitely a thing. Really, it's exhaustion that keeps Germany from getting to Moscow in time before winter. Not not battle losses. I mean, battles are part of the exhaustion, but it's just literally exhaustion. So why do you have these two different things? And to me, it comes down to is it can be explained, and we're talking 1941 Barbarossa. It is, in my opinion, and again, some of this is my opinion. I'll get to what you're saying in chat because I do like interacting with you guys. The difference between dynamic command and radios versus rigid and fearful command because of the commissars and the show trials. So the officer, whether he is a lieutenant or a marshal, up and down the scale, they're all afraid and lack of radios. Yes, there are radios. The Soviets have radios, but not nearly to the degree that the Germans had it out distributed. The Soviets have a lot more tanks, and if you sort of kind of average them out, the Soviet, numbers versus quality of the Germans, the Soviets might have an equal sort of tank capability. There are a lot of two-man turrets, and the Germans are getting more three-man turrets, but they're still using Panzer Is and Panzer Is in the as part of tank battalions, not as reconnaissance or some other auxiliary type usage. They're still using those in the invasion, and they're still using the 35 and 38T Czech tanks, which are again 4-man tanks, 2-man in the turret. So compared to the T-26 and the BT series, the 3s we could sort of forget about, but the 5s and the 7s, they're sort of kind of similar. It really comes down to radios in the tanks and the command ability to deal with the things. When only your tank, when the platoon commander tank only has a receiving radio, and if he wants to tell his other guys what to do, he has to either stick his arms out or stick flags out and start waving them in the air, and hopefully the other guys see them because they're just told to follow me kind of thing and whatever. That's the way he communicates to the other tanks, and he only has a receiving radio because it's the company commander has a two-way radio in his tank or command vehicle. When you're down that and tanks start to blow up around you, you might not even at first realize it. I don't know how much actual with the noise inside of a tank. You realize friendly tanks nearby are being shot, and then trying to figure out just where the enemy is. Once you start realizing it, the Germans are on the radio saying, "I see these tanks, and we're being shot at from here," and they're radioing each other, and they're command and controlling. So making it hard for me to invade the Soviet Union by a bunch of, because yes, also with these games, the AI be stupid. We know that. Okay, now it's gotten a little better over time. And this is what we're talking about is Paradox's battle AI. It be stupid. It just is. It'll, put everything on the front lines here, and then also feel threatened by Afghanistan and Persia, and put huge amounts of forces wasted way out here, and all kinds of other stuff. Yes, we know the AI be stupid. And so whether, and we'll get into playing this, and again, I hope they don't let me down, we will talk about a lot of in-depth doctrines that they have in this, which hopefully will help. And I don't know if we'll actually look at some of what the Soviets, go back and look at some point what the Soviets have for doctrines, but it should be those kinds of differences, the amounts of radios, the amounts of various doctrines, and maybe some effects to somewhat artificially hobble the Soviets to represent. And we could also talk about France, which has a similar but different sorts of problems dealing with the Germans. Basically, it's a communication, not so much fearful of action. It's more of a communication problem with France. And a radio problem too, but yeah, well, it's communication, but yeah. So yeah, we can talk about some buffs and debuffs and different things, but I've been hopeful, and I've yet to play a good campaign in which, with the new railroads. This is what is getting railroads up and working and keeping supply moving is what should limit Germany's capability, whether it's battling out in Stalingrad, and I know TIK is basically, he went too deep. He went too deep into Stalingrad, and he has been consumed by it, and I think he's pulling off of it, and I think that's good for him. I have not watched most, just sort of skimmed a few of his Stalingrad videos, but went very deep into Stalingrad, and a lot of it is you can't, sending 2 more divisions just means two divisions of starving people, German soldiers, because they can only get, and this is even before being cut off. I'm not talking about being cut off. I'm talking about how much getting food from wherever, back here, and ammo, starving of ammo, but also starving of food, and getting it out to here. And yes, this is, again, and I will go back and look at this chat. I know a lot of you guys said a lot of things. That there are what ifs, realistically within the ideologies of not, well, what if Nazis were good guys? No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about within the world view of the various political organizations. Germany could have done a better job at, fixing the railroads. Germany knew what the railroads were like because Germany had massive penetration into Russia, including, again, I don't remember his name, blanking on it. One of the major Nazi thinkers was from Russia, of German families, but multiple generations in Russia. So, they had people that before the Russian Revolution, were all from around the Soviet Union in their high ranks, both in the army and in the political. So they knew that the railway track differences and whatnot. They knew the problems before they got there. They just didn't plan for it well. Now, could they have? Absolutely. And it's within, in my opinion, their ideological viewpoint, because, yeah, they may still have kick in the door and the house of cards will fall down because they believe communism is unloved. And once you do a show a better way, communism will collapse. Yes. But they also forgot, we also just hate the Slavs, and we want to be even more beastly to them than the communists were. So, had they, not been that, also, the communism might have fallen more like a house of cards if you had a well-publicized program quickly put out that, well, we're going to replace it with the Tsar or with liberal democracy, and this is what the map of Russia is going to be. It's not going to be the same size, but it's going to still be real Russia, and it's going to be free and independent, and yay. Had they done something like that, which is not in the Nazis' realm of doing something like that, they might have had a house of cards collapse. So I hope, and I will go back and read the chat here. Rosenberg, that's it. Thank you. That's who I was trying to get in on Lone Wanderer. For some reason, and it's not just because I'm old, but in my 20s, I can picture a face. I know who I'm talking about. But once I start doing that, I just lose that grasp of the name. And I don't know. It's just some way my brain works. I'm more concepts and linking things together than, and I know I've said this before. I divide the whole world, everything in the world, into math and not math. Language is not math. Spelling is math. So if we're talking math, I have some troubles with. Now, this is different than proper names. I don't know how proper names fits into this, but formulas, mathematical type, or which, spelling or whatever, or trying to remember, which we may in tank designer get into remembering some thicknesses of armor or whatever. I need to look those up. But concepts and history and the flow of things, I do really well with. So hard science, not so good. I mean, I understand it when people are telling it to me. At least I think I do, and I sort of internalize the concept. But a lot of the details, if like a day later I got to re-explain it back to you of hard science kind of stuff, it's going to be iffy. So that's why I have lots of books where I live in my home. I'm a book person. So if I really need to know those kind of things up, because I'm older than the internet, at least definitely older than the World Wide Web, which is, yeah. So I have lots of books, so I can always look that kind of stuff up, so long as you know the concept of what you're looking for. That's sort of how I divide the world up into math and not math. All right, so I hope we have a game that may give some buffs and debuffs, like for winter and different seasons a bit, and I hope it's done well, but I hope I'm not rage quitting. I hope that I'm plunging into Russia with a somewhat realistic situation, and whether I build well for and planned well for the railways and my offensives and supply or not, we will see how this goes. Okay, back to the chat. Sorry, everybody who's watching later. Okay. Demonization is happening in India. I don't doubt that. People use that as a way to get people all together. You know, the other, the thing that's causing our problems. Yes, that happens. Your fight is for political reasons. You don't fight war for laughs. Yes, well, yes. On the big scale, it's definitely for political reasons. RS 2000 Note is getting banned. Yeah, I think governments want too much control and money. And they want to see the flows of money. So they want to see large, and they don't care about real pocket money. Some people think they do, and maybe some extremists sort of do, but mostly they want to control, the money values of buying a computer or a car, in the thousands of dollars, and see how that's flowing. And governments don't like that. You can do that. You can also argue it was propaganda thing, rationing in Europe to show your support. Yeah, there is and we can get into some of the details in the U.S. There is a show your support. There's a lot of pressure on businessmen and other business owners. I don't doubt it, Singh. Obviously, I'm not going to explain India to you, Singh. Singh is from India, in Indian, but trying to explain it to my understanding of different places to other people out there. Societies are on a scale between completely collectivist to, completely non-collectivist. Now, nothing is going to be either completely extreme, the complete extremes, but I think there is certain moves, and certain cultures are becoming a bit more collective, and that is, and they're businessmen and business owners are something of an individualist idea, and I think there is that. The whole question is who will overtake whom. Trotsky used shorthand who for whom formulation. Okay, well, yeah, well, hey, Beam Slam. Yes, black eyes. Trotsky said, anyone who's seen the ice pick, I need some ice to drink. Now, I don't know whether, and this is what I always sort of thought it was, that, an ice pick to like break up ice to drink, but was it that sort of small ice pick, or was it like an ice pick for climbing a mountain? Like a big sort of pickaxe, but a small pickaxe kind of thing for climbing mountain. Which one was it? I don't know. And I used to think it was like you're talking about for breaking up ice to need a drink, but then maybe I recently wondered, is it a big thing? I wanted to paint it black, I guess. Hello, Art. Yes. But I was thinking more of AC/DC back in black. As I used the thing. That's why, gamer, you should play Total Mobilization mod. Well, we may do it. Hello, Eric. Good to have you here. Yeah, Baltic German. Okay. How's everybody doing? Hey, Azads. Hey, Azads. Maybe you want to get to know, over on YouTube, we have, I'm going to butcher this, Aryavar Singh, from India is here as well. But good to see you, Azats. Now we have both Indian viewers that I know of here, one on YouTube and one on Twitch. So it was an ice pick for mountain climbing. Okay, thank you, Lone Wanderer. I wasn't sure of the type. Okay, so yeah, because originally I thought it was like because we do have at least here in America, what we call an ice pick, which is normally like a wooden or plastic handle with a 4-6 inch metal spike on it to sort of break up ice, kind of thing for like cocktails or something that would make a really good concealable close-in stabbing weapon that you might get in and kill that. Yeah, spells it sort of like that, but he's over on YouTube. So, and he can tell you better. He's from sort of this area of India. I had to look it up. I think I'm getting that right. Singh, somewhere in here. He said the city. I forget. Sorry. You've seen the mountaineering ice pick. Yeah, okay. So, yes. Glad. Growing my Indian viewership. I know it's a sample of 2 out of all the many millions in India is very small, but still. Yeah, I mean, he'll see that coming up on the screen. I don't know. But yes. Okay, so we're going back. We're redoing things. I know I just did this. Okay, let's build some factories to get those in production. Yeah, I know I just talked about these, but I really do like the because of the different research bureaus and whatnot, I do like this style. We're going to go quickly for both live and that's researched. Fire control systems. Yeah, okay, he's from Chittagong. Hopefully I got that pronounced reasonably correctly for an American accent. Yeah, let's do answer 2, Rhineland, which is I think we can't do that with this on this screen here. Do that. Now to all purpose. We could do anything, so we're going to do this, get this going. And this. Now I just know that. Now I would recommend it. I sort of just recently did this, so I knew what to pick. But I would recommend seeing what the specialists will do first, and then figuring out what the general. A Western state, yeah, that's sort of to me that was where I was sort of focusing the Western part of half of India, yeah. So, okay, and yes, we will do the same national focus. I know there was some people saying to do that first, but we're going to remilitarize the Rhineland to do it more or less on historical date. Yes, they have a very, very good research tree. Now, for some reason, even though you can start, okay, we want to first grab up, we'll do Dutch East Indies with 1 to cover our current rubber needs. And for some reason, trade influence, whatever, blah, 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 Romania won't end up selling you much very shortly. So I think we will try Iran. No, not that many. There we go. 3. Otherwise, because we have here, notice down here under currently daily consumption, 81 for military and 740 for civilians. So we need a lot of fuel. And I like the way they do that. Okay, so that should get us all but the chromium. Oh, the other thing, I hate doing this because I've just now done this 4 times in the last 2.5 days. Or this is the 4th time. This is what you get sick of. Move that way down to the bottom. get sick of redoing the start. The way between testing of mods and, no, I want to view down. Why are you, I mean, why not get the ones that are most ready to complete near the top? You know, we're just bulk moving a few of these down here. Okay. Because I want to focus production instead of having a long time to get there for some of these. Okay, like these, you know, let's get them down towards the bottom. I know they don't take that long, but I just want to clear out production queues as quickly as possible. Good enough, good enough. Would do a little more detail, but hello, MMDB. No, I wanted people to watch me and I wanted to have fun, so I didn't play as France. Okay. Is that a good enough reason not to play as France? Oh, tungsten reimports. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Sweden is probably best because you're actually getting more from for the same amount, whether we're going to need it. Let's look back at imports. Okay, so well, if we get rid of that, we'll actually be down a little negative. So we'll leave the one with China going. This China, we have a good, but viewers are not. Well, no, there's no point in making making videos for just 5 people to watch. And I'm doing this to make videos and not just to play. Oh, blacker ice, yes. Okay, I tried to get maybe, I don't know, there was maybe some confusion. Oh boy, again, I'm forgetting who made blacker ice. I know of blacker ice. I don't know if it's still in development. It had been a locked who you could get. You had to get approved to download it because it does deal with sensitive topics. I have never gotten a copy of blacker ice. I didn't know that it was started in 33. I hope it isn't trying to do the mess that with the multiple parties that briefly that Black Ice tried to do for 33. But I'd like to try Blacker Ice Beam Slam. If somebody can get me a best proper copy of Blacker Ice, and you can talk to me, send links on Discord or whatever to where I could download it, put it up on some file sharing site. I would love to get it. I don't know if I would do it for a YouTube series. I might do it for a Rumble or a Patreon only series, just because. Yeah, if you can get me and it doesn't, if they sort of say the because my understanding, and I'm not going to go in and speculate right now, it's not just using historically correct symbols. They're dealing with some of the darker aspects of the National Socialist regime, which are very real, but in a game, which I talk about, but we don't really have modeled in this game properly. You may have, like here, well, I don't know if these, sometimes a Himmler type person will have like reduce one civilian factory or two or three or whatever because of various, you know, whys, sort of effects that somehow simulate it. But I don't know of how detailed it goes in. So I wanted to take a look at that, and then if it is good but dealing with sensitive topics in such a way, I might want to keep it off YouTube. I will tell you one thing. My state is called Rice Bowl because most of the patty from Chittagong, and mostly from, which is my hometown, and my state produce many varieties. Well, cool. Cool. Rice is good. I like rice. I probably just have very basic types of rice. Okay, so we have the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Oh, we need to add. We'll get to these guys. Now, one thing about going to the bigger guns, and I didn't again, these use a lot of chromium. You have to import chromium. And so if they're going to take longer to build, that means more chromium used, so more imports, so more costly. So, you know, if you really are planning to do naval battles, yeah, I'm mostly ignoring these League of Nations stuff just to keep things flowing. A little bit faster here. General strike paralyzes Syria. Yes. Do we see any yet? No, the icons have changed here with using this version. Let's create our Panzer Force training command. Now, who do we want to put? I think the historical guy shows up a little bit later. Do you like their color palette better than, well, somewhat better than, well, yeah, a lot better than the, don't like that color. Standard. Okay. Today we receive a highly interesting report from Foreign Ministry. Apparently one of our embassy staff have managed to gain access to a local black market, apart from all sorts of things, usefulness, which are here. Okay, we could smuggle or sell arms. We're going to sell arms, I guess. Yeah. Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times. Been a long time since I've seen it, but it's a okay movie. to enter the Rhineland. Now, this is the moment, in my opinion, that I was going to say the West, but I'm going to say France blinks. And I think this is the moment that, in the form that we see it, World War II could have been avoided. Hitler had given orders that basically any French soldiers appear to fall back, not to attack, not to be aggressive. I don't even know if the soldiers were issued with bullets. I don't know. I just quite honestly don't know. But I know, but at least from all the history that I've ever read or documentaries I've ever seen that covered it, Hitler ordered the troops that if there was any move, presumably by the French, because the English take too long to get there, of course, and the Belgians not expecting to do anything. This is sort of the moment. Not in 1935 when they sort of take back the Saarland from French occupation, because that, had the French continued to occupy the Saarland, that would have been continuing to grind on the German psyche that they're being occupied by foreigners. There's a lot of that going on. But so and I'm simplifying things. In 1935, the Saarland, the last of the French, basically leave. The French administrators, French governance goes. So the Germans are now in control of their territory here, but it's non-militarized and not making military weapons, as far as I understand, and no soldiers are here, but it's German administered. Had the French aggressively reacted to this action, I would say in 1936, the French, I'm not talking about the British who's massively disarmed, but the French, and do rearm up a more, but the French are relatively well armed. If a war were to break out between France and Germany in 1936, and France was at all willing to be aggressive. Now, of course, we can talk about Maginot Line thinking and whatnot, and they're building up, and it already exists. But had they been a bit aggressive, I think they could have taken out Germany. But I don't think that would have been necessary. I think all that would have been necessary is to cause a coup against Hitler. Now, had that remilitarization attempt happened and the French moved back in, and the French leave, or the Germans retreat, which I think they would have, had the French then go, well, wait a minute, guys. You've already broken, because they've already broken a bunch of, by 1936, a bunch of the Versailles and other treaties, but the whole Versailles Protocol, if you will, or whatever you want to call it. You've already broken a bunch of those, and they go on to continue to break more and more as time goes on. You've broken a bunch of those. No, we're going to now occupy the Rhineland. And that, with the left that still exists but is sort of in hiding, the center that still exists but is out of power, and the right that, especially in the military and some of the industry that still exists and still has a lot of power, very well might have collapsed the National Socialist regime at that point. Might. I don't know this for sure, but the French weren't supported by the... Well, but no, but you see, I don't think they had time for the British to do much, and I don't know what you know. Yes, the British could have immediately, raised steam and push ships off of here or something like that. But beyond that, they can't get there in time. I'm talking about immediately pushed just some French soldiers, battalion strength units into here initially, just to do so. That you know that's all it would have happened. You don't have to go World War II starts now, or World War I continuation now starts. Boom. Found their Facebook where the game files are downloaded, still in progress. Okay. I don't know if maybe you could go get that and get that link and put it over on, because I don't know if I'm going to come back and find this. Put that somewhere in the Discord server. If you could do that, Arno, for me, get that link. But I thought, because it's been a long time. I mean, it's been years since I was around. It's not. Oh, I know it's not on the. It was specifically moved off of Paradox Forum because it doesn't um, uh, conform to Paradox's rules to be on their forum. No, it was always off their forum. Black or Ice, that is, always off the forum. And last I tried, you had to ask to get download links. Get approved for the download. So I did ask years ago, and I never heard back. So I just thought it was sort of abandoned and didn't know a way to get Black or Ice. Most common rice is Orgeat, Stavia, and my state produces. Oh, well, that's a lot. At least to me, 7 million metric tons is a lot of rice. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a. I mean, just to me, like white rice. I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that. I don't necessarily know. Okay, thank you, Arno. Thanks very much. I appreciate it, because I do want to take a look at, see if I can get a hold of Black or Ice at some time. I'll see if the download link works for me. I want to grab it up. I don't know all of the details between, and I forget who was running that, Black or Ice. Um, there may have been some personal issues that I wasn't aware of. One of the Black Ice teams was becoming a moderator on the forum and other things, and I think he may actually even work for Paradox now as a community manager or something, or did for a while. I don't know. Panzeroo eventually leaves modding because of mainly internet issues, as far as I know, and other stuff. So, and they wanted to go in. I'm forgetting who, but wanted to go in a path that was not allowable on the forum, and maybe other things. Okay, well, we now have 4 more military factories, and we still have more there to pick up. Well, let's see. I've demobilized. Okay, I've demobilized. And I have 0. No, still negative Luft. Are there? Oh, here we. Oh, I thought I got rid. Oh, maybe I got rid of the wrong thing. Okay, I want to disband this air wing. Okay, maybe that worked. There's a reason I want to disband this air wing. Let's come back to here. It's still saying negative 21, and I disbanded the air wing. Okay, so we've entered the Rhineland here. I want to do Kriegsmarine first, I think. Well, and we need more horse wagons. So let's do 2 of those. Winter Olympics, add stability, good. Yeah, okay. We'll sell some arms equipment. Moves to the Palestinians. Okay. Now, another thing I've learned about Black Ice that I really do like, we're going to see how well it works, but this. Okay, we have here, your military factories. Now, a factory that, say, builds machine guns and rifles can't readily retool and build artillery pieces. Okay. Now, big artillery pieces, whether they're these or on ships, or huge railway guns or whatever, those are a specialty production capability. You need to be able to build artillery barrels and whatnot, and you can't just retool them into aircraft manufacturing plants. It's just switching around isn't just as simple as that. And so they had already obviously broken up, dockyards and whatnot. But I sort of like this and this for tank production. So right now we have a current air production capacity of 66. And we can see over here these 3 factories worth, whatever that sort of means. And it seems to me some of this production, again, I played to 38, for the amount that you get out of one factory, even once it's fully up there, not like when it's just starting out, seems to be a bit low. To me, it seems that way. So, but this tells you how much capacity these 3 factories worth is 12, and these 2 for the bigger aircraft is 12. So we can see how that is different. So it's using that, not a resource per se, but that. So you can't just, you can cram everything into, say, infantry equipment or something like that. But you can have a max limit here and a max limit here for tanks and for aircraft. So that is something of a specialty. You do not produce 6J. You start with 4. By the time there will be an event, Franco gets stuck, so you should start. Right, folk. And I know of that. But there's also this here. And I made it with 2 days to spare because I didn't realize that I needed to do this until it was partway through. And I was already on another focus that I let go. So you can do this here to get that what folk is talking about needing the JU-52s for transport. I was hoping there was going to be enough, but there isn't. So it needs to be added to the national stockpile. And so you can do this. And I think it needs to be, I'm not sure if it needs to just, I don't know if it has to be in a unit or not in a unit. I don't know. Hey, for which thing is your state famous for? California. The motion picture industry. We're ruining the whole world with TV and motion pictures. Hollywood, yes. I think you've heard of Hollywood. I know it's not quite like Bollywood, but Hollywood, yes. I would say that's the most famous thing California is famous for. But I don't know. Then music and other things. I guess I don't know. So there is, so keep that in mind, which you're talking about, that Franco national focus. Okay, so so right now, assembly plants are not specifically needed, but we will want to get to that. I'm just looking at which to do first. Well, let's do this. Immediately done. Now that won't happen until a little while. Now, yeah, let's do this now, just because 30 later in 30, excuse me, 36, we will want to do that. I know I'm going to be talking more about this, but well, we'll save it for later. Franco. So yeah, let's just go forward a bit. 7 days. Also, we've gotten some buildup here. They separate out these guys still too, and you can have both in if you want to. I would not have allowed military factory construction speed is all the, unless there's a new Albert Speer that shows up later. I think this is an underperforming Albert Speer. Yes, it allows you to build factories faster, and you know, the assembly plants things faster, but I think he's underperforming. Yeah, it was back in my teenage years, like a lot of people's, when I read Albert Speer's Inside the Third Reich, and it was, shall we say, an early book, so it influenced me without maybe countervailing facts, you know, because obviously it's his version making him look good, but still, because of various things, he is very powerful and very effective at improving production, not just more factories, but improving production. And it, again, and I'm sure I'll talk about this more, it isn't that he's such a genius compared to everybody else. It's he has Hitler's ear. He is one of 10 or 12 people, and I notice we don't, well, is there a, maybe he shows up later, because you can pop these guys in later times. Again, I'm going to pick Martin Bormann. Sorry, I remembered, got the name. Martin Bormann. Martin Bormann controls, even at this time, who gets to see Hitler. But he gets more and more control as time goes on. Who gets to see Hitler? And so you have to get past, literally, Martin Bormann and the guards. You have to get past to see Hitler. So, and what shows up, especially later on, when Hess is still around, Hess is deputy Fuhrer for the party and a lot of stuff, but, and it's more so after Hess leaves, but what paperwork shows up, shall we say, in front of Hitler is Martin Bormann. So Martin Bormann has lots of control. But there are, 10 or so people that cannot be stopped, even by Martin Bormann, from getting into Hitler. I don't even know. They may be able to literally go wake him up. I mean, that's getting pretty close. But meaning, if Hitler's in a private dinner with somebody, now he often eats with a handful of people, and it's sort of scheduled and whatnot. Goering gets to walk in whenever he wants to. Goering, whether it's at the Eagle's Nest or anywhere else, can get in his car, can drive right in. I mean, he eventually has a house built as part of the, Berchtesgaden complex. He actually has his own house there. And so does Albert Speer. I don't know if he has his own house there, but Albert Speer can show up, not 36, maybe a bit early for that, because he's getting closer and closer to Hitler, but definitely by the war starts. Albert Speer, Hitler can be in whatever sort of thing, and he can walk right in. No one's going to stop Martin Bormann or anybody else. Nobody stops Albert Speer from walking in on Hitler. I'm sure, in the toilet or something, lock the door. But any sort of meeting room, anything, Speer can walk into. Fritz Todt cannot. Fritz Todt is not a member of the inner circle. He's a high-ranking Nazi, a high-ranking SA member, but he is not part of the inner circle family, if you will. Himmler's another inner circle family. Ribbentrop, which is, here, he's another one of those. So it's the access to Hitler and his power that's given by Hitler that makes him so powerful, because there are, and this is partially the way the fat eminence, yes. The inefficiencies in the Nazi state are there because of various power levels. Gauleiters are protecting local factories that are making stuff not useful for the war effort or duplicating efforts, and they have a lot of power locally. Speer is able to bash through most of that, and pretty damn efficiently, where nobody else in the economic sphere, Göring doesn't ever really focus on it as much. But this is why I rate Speer very highly. I think he is too weak here. And I also think, because you can put either complete a national focus or put a time clock or something, he shouldn't be able to show up until later. Just because, one, he isn't quite that powerful yet, and he's still just sort of being the architect here that is building the new, we want a balcony off the Reichschancellor, or the earlier Reichschancellor, or then later, design the new Reichschancellery. He's doing, major projects. He's buddies with Hitler because they both like architecture, and they like hanging out together. They literally hang out together and talk architecture and play with architectural models. And it's sort of Hitler's fun time, because instead of model railroads, they literally, and Albert Speer has a team of people that make, in white, but model cities for Hitler to look at and play with. And so he's Hitler's playtime buddy with architecture. That's where they find a common ground. And I do mean, I'm sort of making it silly sounding, but it is. He's Hitler's playtime buddy. So he gets to walk in. Now, eventually, in 36, in 38, in 1940, he's still just the architect who's Hitler's buddy and has certain important, like the Reichschancellery, jobs to, the prominent jobs, but he's still just building that and is starting to build a little bit of an organization, to do the construction. Now, Fritz Todt here, he commands Organization Todt. I might have given them some other economic benefits, like factory build speeds, because Organization Todt does build armaments factories. Particularly, one of the things they're building is submarine assembly type construction pens down here for the submarine warfare. Now the machinery, the machine shop machinery that's used, and it's mostly the assembling as opposed to original manufacturing of stuff down here. And I don't know to what that is, to a scale that they are building. They are, putting together submarines down here. But shipping in iron plates and shipping in engines and shipping in, things. But they're still doing some machine shops. Okay, that part, the machine shop probably isn't Organization Todt, but building the bomb-proof buildings and whatnot, and building the railways. Yes, but also here is he doesn't get his start at fortifications. He gets his start at infrastructure, and that is particularly with the Autobahn. So I would have him also, I would say, because, again, we are trying to reverse engineer World War II. How effective is Minister Todt / Organization Todt? How effective is that organization? And you're putting, because these all sort of exist all at once to some degree, depending on who we're talking about. But Alfred Krupp, yeah, he's definitely, and doesn't he die? I don't know. Is this the son? I don't know. One of the Krupps. Obviously, Krupp is a captain of industry, running around doing that kind of stuff. At the same time, but do you want to put him into prominent positions of power? Well, so who do you focus on? Well, Fritz Todt and Organization Todt is building infrastructure, which would also be the Reichsbahn or the railways, but they famously focused on, because they're just construction guys. They can construct the infrastructure. So I think even if you're going to keep him away from factory building, even if, I would make it a bonus, though, because I did, and again, my mods, make him a bonus, but not as big a bonus as Speer for that. But I would definitely include infrastructure building and railway building for Organization Todt. And when Speer comes to power, again, why is he so good? Is he absorbs and takes over and becomes literally a commander, and he wears an Organization Todt uniform, which is a variant of the SA uniform. Because again, he's an SA member. It's basically an SA uniform with an Organization Todt armband, and that's what Speer starts wearing. So Speer takes over Organization Todt. So more or less, all of the good things that Todt does, Speer should also do. So that's again why Speer is sort of super for Germany, as opposed to, because presumably he's going to die. Maybe there's a chance that he lives. I do know you can do 2 economics ministers here now. So you could theoretically have both of these running at the same time. But I would organize it up and as that. And so, yeah. It's getting late. Okay, good night, Sing. I hope things get better for you. I guess you're going home tomorrow. Have a good evening if you haven't already left. So hope things get better for you. And hello, KNTV. You guess. Well, I hope you do guess. Well, so yeah, so I would, again, for my mod, I do these a bit different. I don't have Walter Funk or Walter Radio because he is really just, to me, a flunky of Goring. But we are right now building civilian factories. Schacht, Helmar Schacht is also there. Schacht, in my opinion, and he isn't really a Nazi. He's a German nationalist, is what I would call him. I think that's the party that he at least mostly belongs to. I don't know if he ever joins the NSDAP. He might, just out of form or something, but I wouldn't really call him a Nazi, a conservative German, but one of the top Nazi leaders, because he, and I would also not, Konstantin von Roth, I would also not really go as a core Nazi, more of a nationalist. Both of these two are sort of holdovers from earlier days. Canaris is also sort of a non-Nazi, a holdover from earlier days. Schacht, but of the ministers, he's the one that understands economies best. Not necessarily production, but economies best. So we'll put in, I know it's going to hurt our political power and our factory output by just 1%. We're going to put him in better. He'd fit better with the DNVP. Yes, Azads, yes. And the Nazi regime, although eventually they just end up becoming all National Socialists, does have a lot of holdovers, because Konstantin van Roth eventually loses out as foreign minister to von Ribbentrop, and then is put in charge of Bohemian Moravia. But then, because he's seen as being too soft on the Czechs, they move in Reinhard Heydrich as his deputy, but functionally don't ever send anything to Konstantin's desk. Everything comes to my desk. I will handle it. So basically, he's just become a figurehead in Czechoslovakia. And the other, of course, which is sort of around here, Franz von Papen, like they have him out as here as a monarchist. He is definitely not a Nazi. He's the former chancellor of Germany, then vice chancellor of Germany until Hindenburg dies in that position. It only sometimes is there. It's not like the U.S. where there's always a vice president. He was given the vice chancellorship as part of the deal with the Nazis to bring the Nazis in as Hitler. He was supposed to control Hitler with Hindenburg as president and him as vice chancellor. It was to keep from Hitler from doing anything too crazy or whatever you might want to say. Not that he didn't have real power, he did, but it didn't. Well, it did so long as Hindenburg was alive. That does sort of work. But once Hindenburg's gone, he's removed as vice chancellor. And in 1936, he should not be available for trade and import minister because he is here. His job is to, and he's sent down as sort of special envoy, sort of outranking the ambassador, special envoy to Austria, whose job is to bring Austria into the German Reich. And Franz von Papen is a Catholic. Austria is a German Catholic country, so that is why he's done that. And then, of course, once he does that, he sort of gets, well, what to do now? And then he's eventually made ambassador to Turkey, and he stays there. And he's recalled. But no, he stays. In the latter days of the war, he gets recalled back to Germany, and nope, he just stays. So he ends the war. Not going back to Germany. Smart move. Winter Olympics. Okay. Political power. Nice. They're showing us wrong photos, but okay. And why it hurts so much is I created those events. I had the great photos. I let Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3 have those events, which I'm happy to do so. And even they have now fucked up the events. Fucked up the photos. Okay, we will do 7 days to get this done here. So I should not have let them have them. They should do them themselves. If they want to do my events, fine, but they sort of kept my events and effed them up now, and these guys now have, and I let them have them, so yeah, it's sort of my fault. I don't know. Enemy operatives intel extraction rate. Okay, so he's not good to deal with captured and she intel. Okay, he's the commando, Otto Skorzeny. And I don't know modding wise because I haven't modded in this era with these guys. I mean, people like Otto Skorzeny. Yeah, maybe now. And I should have a little Austrian flag here because he's Austrian, but he was a member of the Austrian SS, which was an outlawed organization in 1936, sort of like ultra-terror. You know, they were sort of a terrorist organization, if you will, and could only wear their uniforms in Germany. And we'll do this guy. We're going to leave him here just as contributing to counterintelligence at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe it was also whatever it was with Facebook or something. It was a slightly different name than I was known for over on I'm presuming you're talking about Blacker Ice. Yeah. I don't know. For whatever reason, it was like a different name than might not have clued into who I was. But yeah, if I can get a hold of a copy of that game, that will work. That's thought to be a non-buggy copy. I don't mind a minor bug. I'm talking about a game crashing, game collapsing bug. I definitely don't want. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna. Okay, so which you get with this thing, they do look. And again, I like that they do this because this shows the difference between this nation and, I don't know, Egypt, who has very little experience in modern warfare and why the players of World War II did have. Now, you need to get fire brigades, armored spearhead to get some of the national focus. This is like here, I'm particularly thinking here, armored spearhead, mobile warfare. Get some of these. So you will want to research down those. Not too okay, back over here. Too long, but that's obviously a 36 or 38, so that's a long way ahead. So let's be a little bit more efficient. I think we'll start with operational support. Get that to being researched. Okay, chromium. Okay, we're still just down one on chromium. Okay, this episode has gone on overly long. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. And if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe and like buttons if you haven't. But see you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Don't worry, people, we're going to continue with this. I just want to break these into episodes, as you probably are aware of, and not make them too long and do another start here. All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745, and we're playing Black Ice. Yes, back in Black Ice. You can sort of play in your head the AC/DC song. I wish YouTube didn't have rules. I would not just want to play that at the start. That would be great. No, can't do that. Let's see if that ever did, even though I... Oh, there we go. Now we have 4 units to spare. Right. Yes, I got rid of the transport squadron. Now, I don't know. I don't know if anybody can answer this now or later in the... Not that somebody has to go find out. But what do these represent? 18. Is that 18 aircraft? Which is sort of what I would expect. But I don't know. What, you know, is this 4 aircraft? You know, where's Hitler's aircraft? And maybe that's sort of what they're sort of expecting. It seems awfully small numbers. To me. And I come over here and 3 factories. Okay, to me, 1 factory should be able to make it an aircraft. And, you know, well, to me, a factory, you know, would have like a production line. And so, yeah, starting, you don't necessarily make 1 aircraft in a day. But production rate, to me, with 3 of them, should be more than 1.6 a week. And we see we're mostly, you know, caught up in efficiency of production. I get like, oh, hey, guys, stop, hold the presses. We're going to build an all new everything aircraft, all completely new. And take a long time or just we're building a new factory. Get everybody worked up. I get the idea of either, you know, adjustments, you know, upgrades, you know, that are minor or major, taking a while to spool up. But something that is mostly spooled up with 3 factories, that just seems awfully slow. That just, to me, and I mean, there may be very good defenses and reasons for it, but I don't know. Hey, Ari. Yeah, 18 in the stockpile, but just 18, or is that supposed to be 180? Or, you know, because I'll tell you what, people, that many factories making infantry equipment is going to make more than 35 rifles. Yeah, I know, and hand grenades, and well, but are pouches uniforms or pouches rifles. And then we do have the machine gun as a separate thing here. So, wanton warfare equipment and well, that's anti-air machine guns that are sort of silly. These machine gun twos. You know, that many factories, that many production lines making just 34 a day. Now that's got to be like 340 rifles a day or some sort of fraction thereof, I guess. I haven't quite in and looked how many you need for a division. Figuring roughly every guy in a division has a rifle, even if that's not your job to shoot it, just because things go to hell. So everyone has a rifle or a carbine, and this is called a carbine, so everybody has one. So everyone has a rifle, virtually speaking, or a submachine gun or whatever. Yeah, I know. But all the artillery guys all have rifles. I mean, their job is to shoot the artillery pieces, but they all have rifles. So that I take to be representative of, just a, 340 a day or something. And I'm good with that. That you don't necessarily have to have one rifle per man. But the aircraft, to me, just need to up industry. Yeah, I know, but production is why I changed the Total War Mobilization mod. Okay, Lord Wanderer, and I may look at that mod someday. I'll see if it's 180. It would stay. Oh, yeah, I would think so too. But it just seems like one factory in the U.S. peak production of 100,000 rifles in a month alone. Yeah, now that's the U.S. and that's at peak war production. And how big is that factory? Is it one production line or 3 production lines to get 100,000 in a month? Yes. And so, but all of that to just get 34 a day, 340 a day out of all of that seems reasonable. And even and again, that would be probably for Aries example, that's 24/7 production because they get night shifts, weekend shifts, turn the factory on, have the factory go all the time, where this is probably 8-hour, 10-hour days, probably max, 5 days a week, one production crew doing this at peacetime. So that's partially meant to be national policies down here, what levels of mobilization for industry, and I haven't really even looked into this yet. Here that you sort of the same number of factories produces a lot more, kind of thing. And I do get that, but it just even in a civilian, the Springfield Armory, right? Yes, and Peak, yes. Yeah, I know, but one factory is one factory complex, but how many production lines were producing rifles? Did they have just one machine making barrels, or were there 40 machines next to each other making rifle barrels? And so factory is a complex, both as a complex of buildings, as well as for here is not necessarily 3 different locations. It's just a factory with 3 production lines is sort of how I'm taking this, or possibly 3 different locations, each with their own production line. But to me, that seems. And sure, twin-engine Heinkels take one more engine than a single-engine fighter, and there's more bits and pieces to make. But still, it seems to be a lot more. It just seems to me. 2 tanks a week also seems a bit slow for that, and 3 tanks a week for those. Yeah, it just seems a bit slow. This is the case that you would have to drastically adjust equipment onto your army to make up for the mass production. I assume it also is done to not slow the game down in a sense of simulating 2,000 planes a lot easier than 20,000. Yeah, and so I just don't know what their thinking is. I mean, if somebody from them wants to talk up to me about it, I'm happily to do it. Okay, Australia rejects suggestion of returning Germany's colonies. I saw this before. Rejected the possibility of returning German colonies. Who's asked them to? The country's government issued a statement emphasizing the importance of national security. Okay. Okay, well, I guess if Australia did say this, I just wondered who was asking them to. Was it the Reich Colonial Bund or something else? I wish I had from a German perspective a little bit more. The medium bomber, likely one quarter in a fighter. Yeah, yeah, I get that. Um, okay, so if we had one more line, it's doing 2 a month for yeah, because one more would probably be 2 a month, roughly. One a week. Yeah, yeah, okay. Between the two percentages, it isn't so bad. But rivets or whatever that they're putting the thing together isn't really that much different in making more rivets. Well, I thought I am playing with NATO. These do have their divisional symbols for the first, second, and third Panzer next to the NATO symbols. So to me, this is NATO symbols. And this is a garrison infantry unit, and division, brigade. To me, this is NATO. I don't know what is not NATO about this. Okay, the ships. Yeah, whatever. Not having a. I don't even know if there are NATO symbols for ships. As types for that stuff. So yeah, I thought I'm playing. Oh, if you're talking about the big guys and tanks here, well, unfortunately, not all the information is put on the counter. That arrow is not on the counter. I mean, yes, I see the little moving arrow there, but not like which way is it moving or whatnot. So, yeah, I still sort of, to be able to click on these things, need to have the big models, if that's what you're talking about. And a lot of when I'm playing, I'm looking like this, so I don't even see them. Oh, we can start building more civilian factories. Now is the time to build civilian factories to get things up and in production. Well, I guess here. I have told people for years that now, no one, because I know I don't have the biggest voice in even the Hearts of Iron community. If you want NATO counters, proper Hearts of Iron 3 style NATO counters, you can have them in Hearts of Iron 4 if you really want them. You can do it. Because they made them. They informed me they made Hearts of Iron 3 style counters for Hearts of Iron 4. The problem is this 3D map that they have here. And if you notice, buildings and objects, I guess the train tracks do get to sort of ride over the hills, but you'll see sometimes guys being stood inside of mountains, buildings like this factory halfway covered up. The 3D style counters did not look good with the 3D, or the old style counters, the 2D counters, or the traditional counters, however you want to say it, did not look good with this 3D map. No one has made a 2D map yet. I think, and unfortunately, Podcat has moved on. The people that I sort of knew, I think, have moved on. I've probably lost that's railway sort of hanging out in the air there a little bit, looks like. I probably lost most of my influence. I'm no longer on the beta testers. But I would raise gently, but holy hell, to get them to add in the traditional 3D counters. But first, someone needs to make this map, or make the standard map. Start with the standard map. but make it in 2D. Make it in 2D. So the buildings are 2D buildings, 2D icons that sit flat on a map. Everything works in 2D, and you can make. Well, is there? Please, Ari, find it and show it. Don't worry about now, but put it in my Discord server, Ari. Some other time. Don't worry about it now. But if you make a flat 2D map, and that should be compatible even with multiplayer because it's client side and not server side is for the display. If you make a good 2D map, now I don't know about icons or things like for the this is maybe eye candy that could just go away for the Rails because that really isn't necessarily a thing. And you still have maybe 3D ships and then the aircraft whirling around, which I don't mind the aircraft so much, and I don't mind the ships because ships are big, huge objects, where a division is an organization of men spread around on the ground. But I would definitely try to. Now, you can just remove the sprites, yes, but the sprites do carry a certain amount of information that is not focused on the counters, and though these counters seem to be a bit better than some of the others. So you can, if somebody were to take the time to make make the graphics, so you got to make 2D graphics that look acceptable, that they wouldn't, whether it's sold as a DLC or just as a mod, but something that wouldn't shame them. So, your 2D graphics for hills, 2D graphics for mountains, for forests, for deserts, for whatever. Make 2D graphics, and, whether for factories or for, fortifications or whatever, make the whole thing a 2D map. Then I think we could possibly talk them into, and had it been a few years ago, I'm sure I could have talked them into releasing the codes for modders to get in, and not just standard players, but for modders to implement, so that you would have to, with a 2D map mod, combine it that way and do that. So they made them. They exist. The old style counters exist in some files, as far as I know. Do you know troops standing in snowy regions? Yeah, yes. Desert and snow does get units do get acclimatized. Yes. So yes, so you can do a 3D or a Hearts of Iron style 3 counters that could be done in this game. And I am surprised after all of this time, and I know I've talked about it, as someone to take the time. I'm not good enough of a computer graphics person to want to go in and rebuild the map in it. And I'm talking graphically, rebuild it in a 2D form that still sort of looks good, that still works enough. Okay, yes. All right. Again, got to click twice. It seems like, all right. Well, I don't know if I should start with this one because civilian construction speed. We're primarily focusing on civilians, though it does cost us oil to keep that going. So I don't know, wood gasifiers. Catalytic cracking. Well, that would help long-term, or also resource gain efficiency, which also would help oil as well as other things, but oil is the main resource. I think we will, okay, this is quicker. We'll start with this. Ecuador supports Italy. Oh, well. League of Nations condemns Austrian militarism. Okay. They're condemning Austrian militarism, but that's one of the few things that might sort of keep Germany from taking over Austria. And you're condemning it? How smart is that? Let's see. Now, if we were to try this now. Okay, now, see, it was like 800 days before. I don't know why. But now it's just 290. So, yes, we want to be able to invade Norway and whatnot at some point. So, let's do that. May have been... Okay. The Chinese government has put our industrial advisors to good use employing German-led teams. Right. Okay. Now, we now have that. And let's come over here. Again, we need to sort of double-click that. Now, this is... eventually, we want to get to Kuba wagons. I don't know. Kuba wagons should be just sort of a little more efficient and a lot cheaper to build, because they were primarily the cheapest thing to build. I love the Holy Three, which is more detailed. You see more rivers and provinces than Hoi 4. Now, again, and Arno is right. I think it's partially an AI issue. I think it is partially a computer power, computing power, not how much electricity your computer uses, but how much computing power you have. They limited the maximum amount of provinces in Hearts of Iron 3, partially based on computing power. Too many provinces would make the AI need to compute too many more things, but also because nations like the Netherlands here, if you give them too many provinces, because the AI will want to defend the border instead of, say, defend the shortest possible defense line, defend here and defend along here, and maybe some of it might be the border and forget about here or something like that. It defends the border because the AI sucks. Now, it's still, I say that because it does suck compared to a human player. I don't know if somebody else has made better AIs for this scale of a game, but still. That I counted up, and it was for the Netherlands and I don't know how much Black Ice has changed. They have changed the map, obviously, because you have East Berlin, West Berlin, and then the greater regions and whatnot. So it has changed the map. I don't know how much. But the standard game, I counted fairly early on, there is half the number of provinces in the Netherlands here in Hearts of Iron 4 than Hearts of Iron 3. So what it does do is it means the AI doesn't have to, have as big a border to defend. But it also means you as the player have less tactical finesse. It's more bashing your heads against each other. It's less, ability to focus in and flank and punch in deeper and flank around. So, now there's actually more provinces, I do believe, overall in Hearts, and a bunch of them have been wasted out here because they're goddamn stupid. Oh no, our thing works. No, it doesn't. Our thing works. No, it doesn't. The playtesters, it works. It doesn't work. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. They couldn't admit that all of this was a waste because the AI won't send troops that'll be starving to death here, but the AI always sent troops to be starving to death across here. So they finally gave us this block out here. So all of these provinces could go away because nothing ever happens there, or just make a few mega provinces. But what they've done is in their little alt history AI minds, reduce or increase the number of provinces out here. Yeah, and that's fine, and that's cool and all and whatnot. And if I really wanted to fight a massive war out in the Amazon jungle, well, I could do so. There isn't a limiting thing there. But yeah, in places where it really doesn't matter for World War II, they've given us more provinces and reduced the provinces in many places that do matter. Partially, again, I think it's for their crappy AI so that the Belgium or Netherlands or whoever can defend themselves better, but it does weaken it. So with more, and I have a very high-end computer here. I don't mean anything super high-end, but definitely in the top, probably 5% of computers for personal home computers. And a lot of you don't have that, and I understand, but I'm a fanatic with this and going to spend my money to get this kind of stuff. My computer could handle a mix of the Hearts of Iron 3 and Hearts of Iron 4 map with enough provinces and do it better. And it would be better with the Hoi 3 map. Or a mix of both. I wouldn't mind adding a few more provinces to some secondary, or I would say Latin America, and especially internal Latin America, not just things on the edge that you might invade a little bit, are, trinary or quad, fourth level down from importance of theaters. Okay, so we've got the heads of all of the military branches done here. Hitler's speeches, 14 days for political power. Not that that's bad, that's a bad trade-off, but what I really want to start doing here is move towards that, which is 32 days, and okay, we've completed, we have to, after April 22nd. So what we're going to do is we're going to let this go for 10 days, because we will have 10 days stored up. This will progress here. We may lose a day or two of progress, but oh well. Nothing is perfect. Let's do air paratroopers. Research that. So because I love equipment production. And a game I designed basically in my head back in the early 90s, that for a computer game someday, when computers finally got to be something good someday, definitely had the idea of equipment production and not just unit production. Okay, now we have, we got to do this. Now, again, you can't research this because this lacks a lot of modules. So we have to put together a thing, and I did that the other day, so we will do that very shortly. This is, okay, well, we'll save it for this. But we also have the 109 Model Bs. I think because it's slow, but it will be less dramatic of a change to upgrade the various models of 109s. So let's get over to 109 production right now. Now, let's do this. We need to come here, and this also can work as a tutorial. Hello, Cheeto. How you doing? In this game, I love playing starts, but micromanaging part of this game, and learning curve is much higher compared to most strategy games I've played in my life. So, well, Cheeto, yes, the learning curve can be hard. I like to micromanage because I come from a old tabletop playing where obviously you had to micromanage everything because there were no computers, in a tabletop game. There are, drawing front lines and battle plans and whatnot if you want to do it. But I get you. It is a learning curve. I think the learning curve is worth it. Now, I come from playing Hearts of Iron 3, which is even a steeper learning curve. But I hear you. So you're not wrong. It's just something whether you want to. Which it's two things. It's, do you want to spend the time to learn it? And two, once you've learned it, would you enjoy playing it? Some people. This is why there's, Axis and Allies. And then there's games like Strategic Command, World War II. And they have just the European theater, war in Europe, and they have, the global war. If you want a more simplified war game. There's reasons for all the different levels of wargaming. So I guess find your happy place is my best advice, and happy to have you here. as watching if you just want to watch it and hear me blather about history. Okay. What they do here, and this is the new thing, this is not wrong. I don't want to make it out that I'm sounding that it's wrong. I have talked earlier, and I still agree with myself that I don't want to force players to have to make the historical mistakes that were made in World War II. Like, we can talk about tankettes. The Panzer I, and I would also argue the Panzer II, are tankettes. Because they're just all named Panzers, we sort of lump them in together as tanks. But they're really tankettes. One of the worst tankettes out there is the CV-33 Italian two little machine guns. The machine guns are crap. They doesn't have a turret. Some other tankettes, the Polish TKS, didn't have a turret. I don't know which is more crap, the Polish one or the Italian one. We'd have to look at detailed stats to figure some of that out, but they're both pretty bad. Tankettes are damn useful. I would say that they're still useful today. The U.S., never in World War II really had a tankette, though they had sort of, I would say, to a point, dual functions in there. The Germans did to a lesser degree in their half-tracks. More common to see a 50 cal on a half-track becomes a sort of dual purpose in that while it's carrying troops, it's a armored troop carrier, but once it deploys its troops, it sort of becomes a tankette. The German armored half-track does have a 30 caliber machine gun on it, but it's a big target. If you get it too close to the enemy, you're just going to get it lost, and it isn't really that useful. And so it's sort of but then they, of course, stick the other guns on it, but does that make it a fire support vehicle? So it's arguable. We could argue over some of that. I'm not saying it's hard and fast. But tankettes still have their purpose today. The problem is that I forget who pointed it out last time when we were playing the game, and I mentioned that is where they really fall down is when you try to use them as tanks or in lieu of tanks. If you don't have tanks and you're using a tankette as a tank, that's where you have the problem. Okay, so we're going to go here, and you need to do this out. I would prefer a and again, I'm not saying this is not wrong. I'm just talking about my preference. Okay, I think they want me to. Okay, that gets rid of that thing. Would be simply to have the historical models be here. But I am not saying it is wrong. I looked this up on, I think it was 180. I used the Panzer II-C of War Thunder to look up some of these different things, like I knew some of the stuff. It's a welded turret. A lot of the side stuff is 15. Some of the front, but some of the primary front is 20. So I'm going with the 20 millimeter to try to. And I'm going to go with the intermediate, I think, as opposed to frontal. Balance coverage is spread out a little too much. And if you notice, max speed goes way down. Too much armor on the sides. Give everything frontal focus, no armor on the sides, and whatnot. Here, intermediate, so it slows it down a little bit. I don't really know exactly whether frontal focus or intermediate would be the closest to historical. We're going to do welded armor. Flat, yeah, we're doing that. I guess we're going to go standard gearbox. Clutch brake front drive, clutch brake rear drive. I don't know. I really, quite honestly... We don't need twin drive, I don't think. I don't know. Hello, Frog Eyes. How you? If you click on that icon at the top of the production tab, it'll do pre-made tanks. Okay. Okay. Here? Ah. Okay. I did not know that this was a thing here. Thank you. Again, I am new to this version of Black Ice. I did not know. Thank you, Frog Eyes. That saves me a lot of... Okay, great. This saves me a lot of time. Differential frontal, you can just unlock his door. Okay, I did not know that this even existed. Thank you. Now we know this exists. So we will grab up the historical Panzer A. I did sort of was building the Panzer C in stats just because that's what I had immediate access to. So there we go. So now we have... Oh, no, actually, no. Cancel this. I don't want that. What I want to do here is... And I'm really glad they did this. Again, there's so much I'm loving about this game, and I'm really now happy that they've given me both the ability to tweak out tanks or do the historical. I'm just going to do the historical. So we're going to take this obsolete line, and we're going to start producing Panzer IIAs. Okay, I couldn't find one, which I think is really weird. I swear a few years back I saw one. I could not... I mean, a few years back I was watching pretty closely. I mean, I'm not saying... And at least that I know of one that was completed. Yeah, Frog Eyes, you know, how do you model for a strategy game, not a tactical, you know, War Thunder or even a, you know, something like close combat or whatever, where the tank is modeled the tank and it depends on where it gets hit. You know, with the enemy shooting at it, modeling it out in details. How do you model out how effective these tanks are in a strategy game? Because side shots versus front shots versus what, you know, we have to sort of kind of just do something that's sort of close to historical kind of thing and do that. And I'm just sort of going to trust that somebody has taken a reasonable amount of time, knew the system, and made reasonable choices. May not be perfect. I normally don't get upset with... I mean, part of my job here is a long review of this game and talk about where I either know or believe that things are a little off. And doesn't mean I don't want to play it, doesn't mean I don't recommend it. It just means I believe things are a little off at times. So we're still waiting for, 4 more days before we can do that. Hello, Sir Suspicious. No, I'm not with the Cabal. Please. It's so hard for me to... Well, I hope, like, because I'm learning about it, I hope through watching my videos, you will learn things like I just learned. And that's sort of why I pinged over. I don't know if anybody's come over from the Discord server on Black Ice, but to have some people here to help me over things like that, to help you over stuff. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. I have not been paying attention over on Rumble. Hello. Oh, let me try to read this. Hello. Merkringinata. And thank you very much for the super chats. I can see you. I was sort of watching, but not paying close enough attention over there, because I am streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Twitter all are live streaming, and I'm trying to pay attention to most of them. And sorry, I did not see you. I really appreciate the super chats. I really do. Hopefully I'm entertaining. So hello over there. Even the real world is off at times. Well, yes, of course. Certainly, I definitely try it myself after watching this. Well, very good. So some basic education here. And I know I'm going to be making mistakes. Argentina calls into question Italian East Africa. Okay. Don't know why Argentina really cares. No, we're not going to make the Neubaufahrzeug. Sorry, Arno. Okay, now the date has passed, so we can select the 4-year plan. The Neubaufahrzeug is a remnant of somewhere between World War I and the 1920s, when bigger didn't necessarily mean more armor, and that artillery pieces or big anti-tank guns were going to be sort of hard to maneuver about the battlefield, and all you really sort of kind of needed was to stop anti-tank rifles, you know, the T-Gewehr and those kinds of things. And beyond that, you didn't have to do too much to, to protect yourself. That would get... Okay, he would be sort of good if we're going to try to rescue operatives. I will quite admit, I don't play the spy game as well as maybe I should. I think some of the spying stuff, and I don't know about Black Ice because I figure they may have tweaked it. We're going to let both of these people sort of keep enemy agents away for now, getting out of my ignorance. They may have tweaked it some, but are a combination of... And then we can look at some of these. Oh, I hope that doesn't get me demonetized. Some of the, coups and other things are maybe overly powerful, but too few of agents. I would like agents to be, or things to be a little less effective, shall we say, but 10 times might be a bit too much. Well, no, running about 20 agents right now, 10 times this number, and playing a spy game mixed in with this stuff, have 2 or 3 agents in France, 2 or 3 agents in Britain, an agent in the Soviet Union, an agent out in America, a bunch of different agents running around that had effects and did stuff, but weren't overly, weren't super effective. That would be fun. No, we got to play this sort of seriously. I am waiting for the Spain to blow up here, which is coming soon, I do believe. Prestige increases, returning countrymen. Yeah. French Popular Front wins elections. Now, France. Since we just had this, we'll talk a few moments about France. Still to this day, and I would say definitely going back to the French Revolution, France as a country does not have a coherent consensus of politics. Where up until recently, and I would say in the last 10 years, places like the U.S., we had a consensus. Our consensus was the Constitution. And yeah, there's two parties. One party may want to spend more money on defense. The other party want to spend more money on, helping needy people or whatever. And, so there was, democratic competition between the stuff. Now, I would say a whole third or more of the population no longer believes in the Constitution here. They want hate speech laws. They want penalty, laws that you either fine or put people in jail if they don't obey. Not just, oh, we don't like this. They say they want hate speech laws, and in our Constitution we have free speech. So those are irreconcilable differences, meaning that one side or another has to be willing to give in, or there's going to be a civil war of some sort. Might not look like the Civil War in the 1860s, but there's going to be a civil war in the U.S. if this continues, because people are going to use violence one side or the other. Well, that's sort of what is France, but magnified, between monarchists, multiple styles, to Bourbon-style monarchist groups, Bonapartist monarchist groups, modern fascists running around, whether those are right-wing or neo-left-wing or neo-right-wing or whatever. Centrist groups, liberal democracies that are capitalistic. Socialists, communists, anarchists. France is torn apart by this, and it goes back to the French Revolution and the lack of what's going on. And in my understanding, the big year is sort of 35 that gets almost to a point of a civil war in France, where there's battles on the streets and whatnot. Not quite to, the Spanish Civil War by any means, obviously not, but it gets pretty bad. And more or less, the hard left and the hard right, whatever you want to call those groups, get pushed out to I know I'm sure I'm getting some of this wrong, but into sort of a loose or I don't know if it's a sort of centrists. Some are conservatives and some are liberals, shall we say, but sort of centrist political type viewpoints that sort of win that day out. Orleanists, as to which, and I get confused. One of them dislikes what would be the most direct line to the Bourbon monarchy, but because their ancestors collaborated with the French revolutions, where the other one goes to the Spanish Bourbonists because they didn't collaborate with the French Revolution. So my understanding is what separates the two Bourbonist groups out from each other, and then Bourbon versus the Bonapartists, who are and I don't know, are there any Valois people? I don't know, the Valois monarchy. But then you have the Bonapartists, who obviously Napoleon and then later Napoleon III do come to power, but collapse. So France is all over the place. France is accustomed not to just discuss who rules, but how ruling should be done. Exactly, sir, suspicious. There's a lot more to it. Being a capitalist just means being rich. Well, see, that how do you use the term capitalist? There is the term capitalist can be used as a person who has capital, and they can be an authoritarian. And then there's persons who are referring to capitalists as in what would be called free market enterprise type capitalists. And they could be poor people, but they believe in the free market, so that a poor person can take their, relatively poor, they have fruit that they grew in their back garden somewhere. They can take it and sell it for whatever they can get. And there isn't a regulation that you have to, we're saying relatively good farming community here, so, sort of like farmers market. So there isn't all that kind of regulation on, because it's your farm. You take it to even to a middle of a big city, and you're selling it. So there's no like government regulators. Is your fruit inspected by the government regulators? No, I grew it here and I'm selling it here, and people can look at my fruit and see how nice it is. So, and just selling the fruit for as much as they get. You don't have to buy a special license that costs a lot of money, or you belong to the fruit sellers, guild or whatever, or you can sell it for whatever you want. You don't have to sell it at certain market prices to equalize it, So the free market capitalist. Now, of course, free markets somebody can eventually win the free market and become a monopoly or a duopoly, two companies, or triopoly, three companies. That's no longer free market. That is a controlled market, even if there's on the fringes a little bit of a free market. Sort of like YouTube is the place to get video. Facebook is, in my opinion, has sort of collapsed on that. Rumble is trying, which I'm streaming over on Rumble. So I am streaming there, I guess. Mauricio, I don't know how to pronounce his name, left already, but trying to watch all the different screens. Is sort of growing, and Twitter is trying to do video, and I found my first thing got a paid subscription to watch this video, and I'm going, I don't even know what your video hardly is. Why am I going to pay for a subscription for it? And I am streaming live there. So, it may change, but still it's dominated by YouTube. So it really isn't a free market in video. It is a YouTube-dominated market with other things is out on the fringes. They have like 80-90% of the video content that people are consuming online that aren't like coming out of a big, Disney Plus or something else streamed on it, but sort of free people to upload and whether for free or, because I could charge for videos inside of the membership area. I don't. Not saying I wouldn't ever, but I don't do that now. I don't think I have anything worth charging over like that. If I had something I thought was worth charging for, then I could talk about that, but that would be something that's worth charging on. So I use the term capitalist mostly to be not to somebody rich or somebody who owns capital, but somebody who wants a free market of being in capitalism. Let's see, bombing civilian, whatever, purpose wrong. Yeah, but in theory, monopolies can not last forever. They will always be people trying to bring them down. Unless, of course, the government enforces the monopolies. Simply by regulation that makes it nearly impossible for other car companies to exist. Because do you realize that Tesla, we talk about Tesla being the electric car, but it is the first, literally, Tesla is the first car company to succeed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. The first car company to succeed in America, not a foreign car company coming into America, but an American car company to succeed since the Great Depression, because there was, 30 or 40 car companies that were producing cars in America before the Great Depression. 3 survived: Ford, GM, and Chrysler survive. That's it through the Depression, and that's it. Tucker, you can see the movie Tucker. The Tucker car tries, it fails. Everything else, there's been kit cars and hobby cars and specialty things, yeah. But Tesla is the first car company, and it was only because of electric cars. That is the first car company that is homegrown in America, that starts out of nothing, that succeeds in America. So triopoly, or whatever you want to call the 3 big car companies, they held, in essence, between them, a monopoly on American-made cars. Then imports started happening, and then the importers started making them in America, yes, but they're, in essence, foreign car companies. operating here in America, not something to go. So free market is laissez-faire. Yeah, but laissez-faire is sort of the extreme free market, true. But yes, so and it's through a lot of regulations and patents and things like that that kept any other car company from succeeding in America, no matter how good or popular the car company is. It succeeds because it's not unionized. Well, that was part of it. And again, so you had a couple of different times that some of the car manufacturers needed government bailouts. We might have been down to one American automobile manufacturer. So in America, without the government bailouts. So sure, if you want to talk, eventually, someday, we're gonna do what I don't care about China. Yes, someday, but how many generations from, the 1930s depression through till, the 2000s when Tesla is really going at something, that's 70 years. Okay. So yeah, sometime that cannot last forever. Yeah, but it might be forever as in a sense of one person's lifetime. That's enough forever for them. Effective lifetime or something. Oh yeah, well I was still alive. Somebody was 89 and something else comes up. Okay, yeah, you're 2 years from death or something, and something changes. But it's not your ability to come with your great idea to revolutionize something in cars, whether it's looks or engines or style or whatever. But Tesla's different breed because they're having success in the market, but they don't have as much profit. Yeah. Oh, well, but that's why I say so far they're a success. Thomas Paine said that anyone who says it's good enough in my life is basically a bitch. Okay. I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that. I doubt, unless he was literally talking about a dog, he ever used those words, Harry. But I don't know. And I don't know exactly what he's referring to because, yes, Thomas Paine, he's a bit of a pain. He's a revolutionary, obviously in the American, Revolution / War of Independence. Hears about, the Great Revolution in France, goes over and eventually gets thrown into prison because he realizes and starts speaking out how terrible the French Revolution is. And even though he's an anti-monarchist leveler, shall we say, meaning no one person is better than somebody else just because of birth kind of thing, but chopping off everybody's heads just because they had a title or something or owned property that somebody else wanted, and it was really the American government that gets him out of prison because he was probably going to end up being killed in the guillotine. So, but yeah, Thomas Paine. I mean, Common Sense. I've read parts of it. I don't know if I've read the full thing. I don't want to claim to, but that was many, many years ago, and just sort of superficially. Okay. So those new players here might not know this, but people who've been around knows that I'm an infrastructure first kind of guy. I want to build up all of these things first are more important, but we want to look around at other options. So here we have a military factory, an assembly plant. Now, we're not using all of our aircraft assembly plants right now, but do we also get a research slot? No, it's a specialized one, of course, but air techs and air doctrines. So that is very useful, 28 days. But I did want to get the 4-year plan going. That's going to come in a while. That's, I think, fairly short, but we'll get us another a research slot. More military type stuff. Okay. What I'm going to do first, though, this will going back to Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, there were two different events to sort of quote unquote nationalize the civilian Air Force, which I don't know exactly when, but does sort of happen to some degree historically. But we're going to look at this as 10 units. Now there were more than 10 aircraft that flew. So this is the thing: is how many aircraft does this match? Because I am not sure where. Okay, Franco is down here in the Canary Islands. He had been the commander of the army in Spanish army in Morocco. Rather popular. Also, had put down a rebellion of, was it Carlist monarchists or something in Republican Spain. But he's really popular and thought to be a danger to the government, but a little too dangerous or a little too prominent to kill off. Though they eventually kill off somebody, and I forget his name. He's down here in sort of internal exile. Well, he is flown by a British pilot in a British civilian airplane out under the Spanish authorities to get him out. But there's a massive airlift of aircraft, Junkers, whatever, transports to get them to Spain. I think it's more than 10 aircraft. So were they all commercial aircraft? Were they Luftwaffe transport aircraft? I don't know. So again, I sort of kind of think they're underwhelming us with air, but this will get us. Yes, we're starting the 4-year plan, which gives us this communist coup in Bolivia. Was there really a communist coup in Bolivia? Mm-hmm. Have seized American Standard Oil. I really don't know anything about this. I do know that there was the again, names. The Chaco War. This is the Chaco here. This is very harsh terrain. I think it's hot. I know water's an issue. I don't know that it's so much lack of water, but just clean water. It's very, very underdeveloped. And Uruguay and Bolivia go to war over this, over what might be here. They're thinking maybe there's oil, maybe there's something really good underground here. So they go to war over this, Chaco. Really, really harsh campaign. Bolivia, at the time of the Chaco War, at the start of it, beforehand, is ruled by a Spanish elite over a predominantly Spanish-speaking, I believe, Indian population. Okay. But it is a small elite, and to use sort of modern terms, fairly white, or would be European genetics, not a mixed. Now some places I know a little bit better, like in Mexico. Mexico comes from mestizo, meaning mixed, and the population, there are very European people here, but most of the population is mixed Spanish and Indian. But there are, and they're looked down upon, Indians who Spanish is, and still to this day, Spanish is sort of their second language, if you will. They're uneducated anyways, and they speak other Indian languages. It's not so much like that. It's more of a Indian population with a European elite that goes to war with Paraguay. Paraguay is sort of the underdog in the fight here. They end up winning, partially because they're sort of defending themselves and whatnot, as well as some good tactics. It's sort of a Spanish Civil War, civil training kind of thing, meaning I think it was the Italians were giving weapons to Bolivia, or maybe it's, I forget. It's one side. Several different European nations are selling weapons, and it's not really over ideology. It's over this territory of the Chaco. So maybe post Chaco, there's because that ends in 1935, I believe. Sort of 34, 35, I think, is when the Chaco Wars happened. So they were okay. Thank you, folk. One transport planes stands for multiple planes. That's fine, but I wish there was a little better defined that I understood somewhere in it. American and French revolutions were equally bad. Well, no. There are virtually no killings in the American War of Independence, and I sort of like the British term for it better because I think it's more correct, that were political killings in the American War of Independence. Meaning you do have Major Andre, being killed over, hung by the Americans because he was sort of caught, maybe not quite in uniform, when trying to get Benedict Arnold out. You do have a few tar and featherings, and sticky hot tar on you does rip your skin off as it comes off. So it's not just a look, he has funny feathers glued to him briefly. It's a serious and potentially life-threatening, because the way it could be put onto you can kill you. But there are very few acts like that in the American War of Independence. Sure, there's lots of battlefield fighting, and there's, especially down in the South, there's a bit more of a locals on locals, burning each other's homes and shooting each other a bit, and that does happen, but that's a bit more guerrilla warfare. None of that, whether the guerrilla warfare, and it's both sides, but maybe a bit more on the American revolutionary side, down killing some loyalist farmers, but is never really approved of. And when some of the stuff does sort of, I think, happen in Philadelphia, some of the American government forming comes in and shuts the mobs down from mob actions like tar and feathering loyalist suspects. So no, I would not even call it a revolution in any real, because the same people were in power at the start, were in power at the end. It was just getting rid of foreign rulership, not so much. Yes, exiled loyalists to everywhere. Canada, I think more than doubles in population. I don't quite remember. I think it's like 3 or 4 times the population after the American War of Independence of loyalists fleeing. Most of them flee after the most of them flee after the Treaty of Paris, I do believe. I know they were fleeing before, especially the known hardcore loyalists. When they were losing down in the South, they had to evacuate, particularly New York, because New York was and Long Island was, up until the very end, up until the Treaty of Paris, is controlled by the British. They control that to the very end, and that's sort of the last major withdrawing. So, yeah, you get hardcore loyalists or prominently known loyalists that would be potentially in fear of their lives fleeing up here. But I was more referring to the ideas of revolution stood for. Okay, well, lone wanderer. Well, I would disagree there as well. They're getting rid of hereditary government to form a responsible republic in America. The French Revolution first puts in a demagogic reign of terror that is not just butchering people, but is ideological in the sense it is clerical, and like I said earlier, they have the goddess of reason. Not that they believe that she was a goddess, but the idea of reason over emotion, or fantasy or make believe, as in religion, as they would see it, and they were persecuting peoples of religion. And persecuting, as in butchering, like, oh, hey, there's some priests, let's go kill them all. Oh, they're just priests, they're standing there. Yeah, I know, but they owned all that farmland out there and all those peasants that worked for them that weren't paid very well. Well, fine, if you think that the priests don't, I don't agree or disagree, and we could talk about church owning land and laws and regulations around that, fine, that's a discussion. But okay, it's one thing to dispossess them of their mass land holdings in some place like France, the Catholic Church. And even it's another thing to dispossess them of their monastery or something like that, or their church. It's like kick them out of the church if you really think that they're opiate of the masses. But why do you need to go butcher them? Because they're not carrying weapons. Yeah, they speak and people follow them, and they could overthrow your regime because they say your regime is bad, so you kill them. But that's, no, I'm not going there. I'm also a monarchist. Lone Wanderer, I'm also a monarchist. So I don't know how much Lone Wanderer, you sound like a monarchist of some sort. I don't know how much an Airy I know is around, unless that's a pseudonym for Airy, who periodically does change his name. But I don't know how much of your life have you actually worked. I don't mean thought about and Twitter typed. I mean worked and spent to work for a monarchist cause. I know I've spent a lot of my life working for a monarchist cause. So, okay. So, you've had a job in the Habsburg monarchist establishment. Who did you work for? I mean, who'd you work for? Either paid or unpaid, that you daily showed up. We're more powerful than guns. We would not let our enemies have guns, so why would we let them have? No, okay. So I have worked in the monarchist cause. I don't quite want to go who or what right now, but I have worked. Now, I'm not advocating monarchy for America. That's America. America, we're a nice republic out here, and so far, it's done rather well as a republic. But so yeah, no, I've worked for in the monarchist cause. Traveled to Europe, lived in Europe, in Britain, worked. Yes, Jacobite, Scottish Jacobite kind of stuff. Yes, so yes, I have worked in the monarchist cause. So yeah, where most people are keyboard warriors or meme posters, which are cool, which are good. Okay, so we got 28 days here. We've got 32 days, hardly any, but 2 military factories, 1 military factory, air assembly, but that's a research thing, is nice to get. Some synthetic stuff, but 52, 32, 21, pretty fast. Volksgemeinschaft welfare, which is very essential. Road to requires 7 days ahead penalty reduction for fuel cans. Or organization took 56 days. 2 civilian factories, very good. Unlock some other things. Again, I am a 13 days. That sells it. 13 days, 2 dockyards and a capital shipyard. We're going to do that first. Yes, folk. That is why I have the main reason I went, 1745 is in my name, is the last Jacobite rising, often called the 45, but I didn't want to confuse it with either 1945 or the 45 caliber pistol thing. So it was 1745. And since my started out, that was just the screen name I used over on Paradox. I produced my Third Reich events mod, and I was sort of known for that. And my first YouTube videos and whatnot were, dealing with the Third Reich events mod. I didn't want to come off as sounding like some German fanboy or whatever, worse kind of thing. So I decided to go for a look or feel that was distinctly not like, because I could have, I don't know, pictures of Rommel or Guderian or something like that, and not, you just even looking at generals and not political leaders, which I'd never be a Hitler supporter. But I do think Guderian and Rommel are great generals and admire them for that. So I went with the look for the Scottish Highlanders to be also based partially off the name, as to show relevance for that, to sort of be distinct but a bit different from what a lot of my content was. So that is sort of General Weber died in the crash, I guess. Okay. I don't really care to issue these ultimatums. I don't know. I really, other than pissing off the country, I don't know how it would help me if I wanted to piss off whatever particular country. Okay. Complete the whatever plan. Okay, so we have this. We could do this, but that's 28 days, only one dockyard. What we are going to do, though, I think, is come over here for 28 days, but we get that research slot. So we're going to go with the research slot. Now, what was the other thing I was wanting to, in my mind? I don't, something I wanted to do. The production. Something I wanted to, let's just see what's timing out here. I don't know. I lost my train of thought there. Not one factory use for 90 days. We help improve things with Persia. Sure, we'll do that. It's not, we have some political power here. Here we are. Order Aswellen, or Aswellungen 1. Okay, good. Military buildup prerequisite after February 36. Good. We will order that. I just, as you can probably tell, am fascinated by politics. And so I study different political, not just ideologies, but political practices and how it works. And then I evaluate them. Because I like republics, I don't like democracies. Democracies are way too much appetites of people. Where republics, especially constitutional republics, help keep it from being overly doing this. Yes, thank you. I needed to do that. Thank you, Frog Guys. Yes, this is the other thing here with recruit here. The SS units. You come here, and so there's these chains, which not a bad way to do it, but maybe not as colorful as we could. So we're going to let's start with this one. We're going to get the Watch Battalion Liebstandarte SS. Thank you, Frog Guys. I do appreciate. I had forgotten about these, though I didn't know that they were there. So we get here a, garrison watch battalion at this time with a bunch of supporting elements. Obviously, that's not going to be a significant fighting unit. You still need to have your various equipments. So realize that it's not free. Well, it's free units in the sense you don't have to train them up, and they're as good as they're going. Well, I guess you can do, on map training, but meaning you don't have to put them through the production process. And so this is really the start of the Waffen SS here. We could go to that, but we're not just yet. So these guys, Totenkopfstandarten, are basically camp guards for lack of. They are armed, where most SS units, the Allgemeine SS, are not. I mean, they have pistols and things, but they're not armed with rifles and machine guns and thingies like that. Hand grenades or anything like that. They're not armed like that. They're armed like, like I say, those are like policemen. Or if they are, most of the time they're not wandering around armed. They're wandering around unarmed. Okay, so here we go. We have the ordering these up, and as someone said, till about 1936, we should not overly need to. That the one we just, yeah, I think. No. Oh no, that's one we're moving. Let's see if we can see one that just appeared on the map. Where did they appear? Sure, if I had everybody in units and not. I'm trying to look to see if I can see something. Oh, here, I know. With a no, that's with a brown line, bottom brown line with hardly anything in it. So I figure it doesn't come with equipment here. It'll take a minute to organize it up. But okay, well, they're wherever they are. I'll get organized at some point here. New game. Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and then holidays. Yeah. Republic, 500 small bandits. Monarchy, 1 big bandit. Well, it's starting to sound something like Aristotle or Plato. Or maybe that was even... But I'm Aristotelian. I like Aristotle's viewpoints. I mean, there's multiple ways to look at monarchy, the term monarchy, sort of the modern way, or you can look at Aristotle's, is ruled by one man for the benefit of all of the nation, where tyranny is ruled by one man for the benefit of the one man. Oligarchy was ruled by the few, however you choose the few, for the benefit of the few. Aristocracy was government run by the few for the benefit of all, the whole community of the nation. And democracy was ruled by the many, for the majority, not for everybody. And he couldn't quite come up with an opposite of democracy. But what he did come up with was what he called a republic, res publica. At least that's what it is in Latin. I don't know if he had different in Greek. In which it is a mix, as best as he could get, is a mix of few elites of some sort, a mix of aristocracy and democracy, because human nature is such that you very well may get altruistic people in charge that are truly looking out for the good of everyone. Not like every single individual, but what is good for the ultimate body politic, whether it's like a city-state, a rural county somewhere, or, a large nation, whatever you're talking about, trying to rule that's best for most everybody. I mean, some people are always going to be hurt by whatever you do, but what is making judgments, or what is just making like the elites better off, or just making the majority better off. And so that's where he came up with the republic, is sort of the two to sort of balance each other out. And that's sort of what we were supposed to have in the United States. And we sort of kind of do. The Senate was supposed to be not by birth aristocracy, but sort of the better sorts of people, generally speaking, with the idea that each state's legislature would be picking the senators, and then the people generally voting in the House of Representatives. And then you had like the Supreme Court, which would again be appointed by a president, approved by the Senate, to sort of balance each other out, realizing that people are flawed. You're not going to have any holy government. You know, God isn't going to influence the king or the Supreme Court to make the right decisions. You know, so it's sort of a balancing of power act. And that's why I really think the American Constitution has done very good. Oh, yes, Aristotle, but only in a monarchy, the big bandit fights against the rest of the bandits and protects the small people. Well, no, it's the idea is not the big bandit fights against the other bandits. He's to protect small people. It's to balance out what decisions help the overall nation, which whether it's the peasant farmer, but also the larger landowner too. You know, you don't want to give to, you don't want the peasant farmer to be starved so that the landowner is, the bigger landowner who's organizing up things better than individual little plots. So somebody with the knowledge and talent to run a larger scale organization, he isn't driving the little guy into famine or desperate poverty too much, but also he still gets to be successful and make a profit off of the little guy too, because he's contributing by being a larger organizer of things, whether it's direct land ownership or other sorts of that. And because it's and because of Plato is a probably not the first on the planet by any means, and we can look at Egypt and their whole belief system is probably what you would call totalitarian. The whole pharaonic system, because the pharaonic system is a religious state that basically is governed by religious bureaucrats. I don't mean bureaucrats who believe. I mean, it's the priestly bureaucrats that govern the state. But sort of in the Western context, Plato is a totalitarian. And if you look at his Plato's Republic, it's a totalitarian system if there ever was one. And people with hearts of gold, I don't think exist, or whatever, however Plato sort of described it. It's been a long years, many years ago back in high school and which not, I read these things and talked about them. So I'm sure I'm getting details wrong here, guys. But, it goes way back to that. And with what's going on, that's why I'm not Platonic in that I don't believe in, not that he was wrong in describing some things, but I don't believe his sort of solution could ever possibly work in real world. And so maybe not as damaging as communist totalitarianism, but still a totalitarian state that is very damaging and very bad. Plato would prescribe, and I disagree with. So I'm not a supporter of Plato. Not that everything he thought or said was wrong. Yeah, I guess we'll go here. But I'm more of Aristotle. And of course, let me put it this way, put it out there, because Lone Wanderer here seems to be fairly well, and I know my audience, at least I'm going to butter you up, is very well educated. Who was Aristotle's most famous student? You all know the name, even if you don't know the answer. One who believes people can grasp truth is a totalitarian. Yeah, essential truth. Yeah, I understand. I love the idea of libertarianism, and I do think government causes problems and maybe causes more problems than it solves, depending on how much. And I definitely believe in the distributed decision-making process of sort of, like a federal system or of market capitalism. Popular, products will make more money than unpopular products, kind of thing. And so, but libertarians, the ideological libertarians take it too far. I have a conservative nature, though whatnot, so I'm sort of a conservatarian. Yes, Lone Wanderer and Folk both got it. Alexander was a student So was Ptolemy, Soter, and others. But Alexander is the most famous because everybody knows who Alexander the Great is. At least here on my channel, I'm sure you do. I'm sure there's I could probably walk around and we 21 days to get another research slot. Yes. Well, that was maybe what I was trying to think of before. Okay. All right. Let's look here. Again, we're somewhat scientific. We need more light vehicles. We need a lot more horse transport. We could use naval bombers. I like naval bombers. We've got enough planes for our thingy. We don't have enough fighters. Okay. And we're going to get ready for Spain. So even though we have a lot of needs, they're not necessarily needs now. So let's do that for the moment. Now, come down here. We've got this. This is probably what I was thinking of. Okay, so we got another one of these in air doctrines. Let's, I'm getting ready to go to Spain. Yeah, oh, we're ahead of time. No, let's see if we got other things like I think this is 1936, yes. 1936 better medium bomber. We'll do that efficiently. Hey, Jan, or Extreme Finger, that Alexander the Great was a student. Yes, Philip II of Macedon, who was king up here, sort of more here, wherever, hires Aristotle, and it sort of historically goes. Socrates, who never, I don't know if he ever, I don't know, I presume he was literate, meaning he could read and write, but to the best of my knowledge, he never writes anything down. He is purely a person who does dialogue. It's thought, and one of his main students, I think Aristophanes Aristophanes was making fun. I don't know. There are some other students around, and I know a lot of stuff was lost. Not just sort of lost as in somebody wrote notes way back when and they never got really published, but even of published works, a lot have got lost. Socrates was the main sort of ideological teacher. He hated democracy. His student was Plato, one of basically Plato, and I don't know all the details even of what's known. One of Plato's students was, Aristotle. So it sort of goes Socrates, who now some of it's thought, and some of Plato's works are really thought to be accurate recordings of what Socrates said, but Plato always writes and putting words into Socrates' mouth. So we believe, and I say we because I believe it too, but historiography, or people who research history, believe that a lot of Plato's work is he's just using Socrates as a sock puppet, not necessarily what Socrates would have said, let alone did say. But it's sort of a pulling apart of the two. I am very much more in Aristotle's as much as a modern person. Again, I am not a complete ist of anything, of a libertarian. No, I like a lot of libertarian policies. I like a lot of conservative American policies. I can like a lot of conservative European policies, which are different, less free market, a little more collective, but not quite collective as in communist, socialism, or Nazi collective sense, but a little more of a, closed system collectiveness, not quite the libertarian conservative kind of, free market view. It's situational for me. And I'm all about good governance. What governs well and good? That is what I am interested in. So somewhat. So it gives you the time scale. So somewhat a bit later, I think in Aristotle's life, Philip II, king of Macedon, who's basically kicked everybody's butt, or in the process of kicking everybody butt, depending on the time in Greece. He sort of becomes the overlord of Greece while allowing some local control. Sort of, I would say, a federal system. They have to pay homage eventually to him. but he has multiple children. Alexander does have a brother that lives longer than he does. But that's a different story for more detail some other time. He had some sort of mental problem. He might not have been able to tie his shoes. He might have been able to tie his shoes, but not. There was, and I don't know whether it's birth or a possible poisoning attempt while young or something. He has some sort of mental problems, Alexander, and he's only a half brother. And suspicion maybe have gone to Alexander's mother as to why his half brother, and he probably has other half brothers that are not acknowledged. Alexander the Great, but he does have an acknowledged son, Philip III, his older brother. But Alexander is set up as a kid because they don't, you could send him to Athens for education, but it isn't like school systems like a modern day thing. But it's sort of set up with Alexander the Great and, I don't know, somewhere between like 10 and 20 other roughly the same age children to grow up and be educated around Alexander, made up of children of, shall we say, reliable aristocracy types of the Macedonian kingdom. And one of the teachers for a significant period of the time, I'm not saying like all the time or whatever, but one of them that is brought up is Aristotle, to teach this group of children. Now, by the time Alexander's like 18, 19, he's leading the heavy cavalry unit of Philip the Great's army in some battles, or Philip II's army, not Philip the Great, Philip II's army. So there's I'm sure maybe scholarly people know what ages he was, but old enough to understand Aristotle, but not as in like college age. He was, more like high school or younger kind of thing. Social welfare state. Okay. Yeah. Well, their social welfare states are different than socialism. A certain amount of social welfare is a beneficial thing. It just should not become too heavy on the system, drag the system down too much, if you know what I mean. So I am for some level of social welfare, but not overly done. Tour de France. Okay, dispersed industry. So, yes, I am a mixed ideology type person, generally on the conservative side of things, as I think most people can tell, but yes, okay. We could do this, base stability down, but we get factory output and dockyard output. How long is that? 103 days, 66 days, efficiency cap, synthetic lack. So now this is a good one. This plastics, which commercial plastics is basically either the Bakelite formula or something like Bakelite formula, which is not very strong plastic, strong enough for most like household domestic and other things, but not like strong enough that you would want to make a plastic firearm or a plastic buttstock or pistol grip for a firearm. It isn't going to survive that even briefly, really. I'm thinking of Glocks or, the stocks on M16s or something like that back in the 60s and 70s. It's not quite what we're thinking. One thing I think we will do here is, though, this is 37. Okay, that's still too far ahead. Okay, we won't do that yet. We'll wait till 37. I guess we'll do this. We'll just take the base stability hit. We have a lot of base stability, so. What is minarchy? I don't know that I've ever specifically heard that term. Like minimum archy? Minimum governorship? The gramophone research gives PP political power. Okay, yes. Okay, world intention. Honduras withdraws from the League of Nations. I don't know why that's happening. Now, I wish I could read that. Germany signs agreement. I can't read under there. Austria and Germany sign agreement to establish Austria's full sovereignty and recognize. Okay, this would be part of, I guess, Franz von Pappen's work. Okay, well, we've got a lot of political power here. Oh, now that we have a lot of political power, I would say I'm gonna exploit this. I don't know if I should, but with the 4-year plan, it removes Schacht. And again, looking back to Hearts of Iron 3 in my mod, there's only, just because of, there's only one slot for economic minister, so you have to choose. And I require having Goering in the slot to keep the 4-year plan going. And I don't know. I think my 4-year plan gives more bonuses, but I don't know. It's a relative thing. Schacht, not instantly with the 4-year plan, more like maybe 37 or so. It's not exactly clear. I mean, it is clear, but I don't exactly remember. He leaves basically as economics minister of Germany. But he also simultaneously had the job of head of the Reichsbank. I think I'm saying that right. Sort of the national bank, if you will. It's sort of a government bank, if you will. It's not quite. Yeah, it's sort of like and I'm sure in many details it's not. It's sort of like the Federal Reserve, which is sort of a public-private organization here in America. Because and I say it's public-private because the president nominates not just the head, but the main bodying council, those who govern the Federal Reserve. The president nominates and the Senate approves who's going to be the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve, and I don't know all of the details, and I know some of the people may be like, hey, we don't want, don't like it, but that's not the point here. Now, it's just the Federal Reserve is largely a private organization, but and I don't know how easy or hard it is for a president to fire a head of or members of the Federal Reserve, the board, but I think they can, but they definitely appoint them. So there's a government influence, government sort of ultimate control over the Federal Reserve, which is more or less a private company. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. So, yeah. And so I think the Reichsbank fills a similar function. Minimalistic state. Okay. Beam slam. Let's see. Get back to the chat here. So he stays on as that until not the Sudetenland, but taking over the rest of Czechoslovakia. And that's when he nopes out. He resigns at that point. So he's still around. So this is technically not, if you're having 2 economics ministers available, this is technically not unhistorical, in that he had stepped down as the main guy in the main job, and Goering basically takes over with sort of Walter Funk as his flunky. And so, but they both continue him in a lesser role for some time. So this isn't entirely unrealistic, especially if you're allowing to do two. A night watchman state or minarchy, those who proponents known as minarchists, is a model of a state that is limited and minimal, whose functions depend on libertarian theory. Yeah, not a bad idea. The problem with that, and the problem with what we call libertarianism in America, it looks back to the 19th century as being the golden age. And when people largely knew how to farm, and if to a point, and I don't mean being poor as in not having money, but being destitute as in, like, hey, I need, can you spare a dime for me to, buy a sandwich, or a buck in a modern sense, $2 probably, to buy a burger at McDonald's, somebody begging for food. That almost has to be a choice in America in the 19th century. I'm not saying people were hard up for food, but there was, depending on when, before, after the American Civil War, how far you had to travel, especially once you had trains. Yes, it was hard to get trains. Yes, it wasn't quite nothing, but it was even poor people in the American South. They could go out and be a sharecropper and have a full stomach. There was land, there was, with minimum effort, with minimum functionality, meaning if you're not handicapped, if you're not whatever. And I'm sure there were and I know there were poor ghetto slums in New York City, but a lot of these people are so focused on staying in New York City, they don't move their family west, and there's trouble. It ain't ideal, but they're looking at that. And also the idea of, hey, yeah, if everybody has their rifle at home, well, who can invade you, in the 19th century? And yes, we had the American Civil War, and Jefferson Davis even calls for guerrilla warfare. It's Lee who saves everybody and surrenders and gets the generals, by his example, gets the other generals to surrender and not run a ongoing guerrilla warfare. That quite possibly, if the South was determined, not that they would end up being slave owners at the end of it, but to drive the Yankee out, they probably could have done a guerrilla warfare. Go talk to the people in the Appalachians. They probably could have done at least their region. But being foreign invaded would be very, very difficult with a sort of minimum navy, because there weren't nuclear missiles, there weren't even strategic bombers or something. And if you did go, if some, Napoleon or somebody, Napoleon III, who, obviously invades Mexico, were to decide to go to war with America, yeah, you got a couple of years to sort of that they start to declare war. And yeah, you may lose some stuff on the way, but you'll be up armed and getting rid of them in time. And so it's sort of the modern libertarianism, a mix of viewing America in the 19th century, which it's no longer, with modern technology combinations, meaning it's cheap to move people around on railways or whatever. So if you have a bunch of destitute poor people in New York City, well, they can just go become farmers in Wisconsin. No problem, dudes. It's all solvable. It's all, or factory workers in Texas, if there's more factories in Texas. They still view the world like that. And the world is no longer that. That was a brief moment in time. And you'll talk about all the libertarians that want to go on back to the gold standard or the silver standard, because a $20 gold piece back then, just 20, basically an ounce of gold or whatever, would buy you a $20 suit, which is like a $1,000 suit today, a really expensive suit today, not just a basic thing, but a really expensive suit. That same gold will buy. Yeah, but economies are not land ownership. Marx wrote at a time before proper industrial revolution or the early stages of industrial revolution. So he saw economies as a stagnant thing that everyone gets their fair share of pie, eating enough. Well, okay, so if every farmer gets his farm, if wealth is farmland, yes, there's a limited amount of it. But when we can make some farmland grow super lots of food because of fertilizer, and we don't need other farmland just because we can grow more food than we need. Economies are dynamic things so if you put a currency, a means of exchange, which currency should just be a value of a certain amount of labor, that somebody, oh, well, yeah, $2, I'll give you a burger because that's worth the labor of the guy in the store, worth the labor of the farm for the amount of wheat and meat in that burger and whatever else is on it. And so that's a $2 burger. So that, that's worth that amount of labor that it takes to create a $2 burger in an American fast food thing. And so Yeah, and it's dynamic that way, and the money supply needs to grow so that everybody has, so not people aren't like, well, I want to just give you half a penny for a burger because and cut pennies in half because limited amounts of copper or limited amounts of gold because we need to use gold in computers or something. We don't need to store values of labor in nickel and silver and gold that can be either used for jewelry or industrial processes. So libertarianism and minarchies of the idea that you can just sort of like, yeah, no problem. No problem. We can just bury our heads in the sand. No problem what China's doing. No problem what Germany's doing. No problem what that. And only once it's too late do you start. That's sort of too far. Too far. It's Robert Nozick style of libertarian regime. Yeah, I don't know him. Unless you're talking about Robert Novak, but I don't think so. So yeah, better to build mills than sieves and BICE. Well, that may be true. What I'm intending to do is through 1936 is build sieves. It may be a mistake, and it's definitely a holdover from my earlier games. But so I'm going to continue to build them, and then through 1937 start converting from civs to military. At least that's my current plan. Okay. Spanish Republic War going. All right. So we need to pay attention to some of these here. So Franco's stuck. Air transport sent for Franco. Operation Ursula. Okay, that's the submarine one. Okay, this is the one here. I almost missed that by a couple of days. So Franco gets flown out of the Canary Islands to Spanish Morocco by a British pilot who doesn't know what he's doing, in the sense that knows that he's smuggling somebody out of the Canary Islands, but he doesn't know who or what really when he starts. I mean, I think he recognizes that it's Franco, but he can't quite get out of it at that point. So, and then, okay. Okay, we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, people. We're going to do one more episode here after this, but I just want to keep these in small enough things, and we'll talk about Spain in the next episode. So I want to thank everyone. I especially want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, and of course the Hoffmanator. And over for today, I think he's already left. Markringanatu? I don't know how to pronounce it. 9811 for your support over on Rumble. But I want to support the other guys for support over on Patreon. But I thank you guys very much, and it's very, very heartwarming, and the money's nice. Buys me a few pizzas now and again. But what I really ask everyone to do is smash the like, lick the like button. It's tasty. Lick the like button and smash the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. And of course, if you could also post a comment. I know everybody's doing so live on Twitch and YouTube right now, but if you watch this later on YouTube, just posting a comment, you could just be hi. That really helps the algorithm and helps get this videos out there. I like to promote up the game, the mod, but also talk about history. So I like to get this out to people. So your support there of actions is all that I ask for. So thank you very much. We will be continuing this with many more episodes. So thanks again. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. All right, let's make another save, and then we will continue this. I feel like playing one. I actually feel like playing more, but my throat is starting to give out a bit. So just focus on mills, air factories, and eventually synths. Okay, we will definitely do some of that. Hold on, guys, just a second. Let me try to. Let me actually. Um, ah, looking for a particular person's name. I really like people to be remembered in history, and that's it. Was that it? Okay. Let me see. I want to make sure I get this right. Nope, that's not him. Okay, let's continue. Sorry for the delay, people. Nope, that isn't. That. Oh, no, maybe this isn't. Nope, this is not him. Oh, man. No, no. Want to do history justice here, people. Sorry. I didn't. I could prepare some of these things a bit better. Um, no. I know this is very unboring TV. Sorry. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. Almost here. Okay. Just really needed the name. Move to new window. Set this up. Move this down there like that. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Well, Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at the current state of Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4. And so far, I am enjoying it immensely so far. And I want to thank you all for joining me here. Now, the Spanish Civil War has broken out. And so we're going to be looking at the involvement of what's going on. But I want to give my quick, and it's going to be quick, version of what was going on. Spain, through multiple elections, was moving more and more left. There were death squads on both sides of the 1930s. There were reasonably well documented that some of the death squads were leftists that were policemen that would take off their uniforms and go kill some people and then come back and put their uniforms on and go investigate, well, who did the killings? Man, we just can't. Oh, it must be that guy over there. Go arrest him. So this was going on. This is, if you will, the precursors to the Civil War. It is a violent era. Now, in 36, the Popular Front wins the elections. And like a lot of things, it's a coalition. So you get, and that's why it's a Popular Front. It isn't the communists. It isn't the socialists. It isn't the social democrats or the anarchists. It's all of them. And so they have differing viewpoints. But it is a march to the left. Well, sort of my understanding is I basically former military general who's very popular, basically leader of the right, not fascist, but right wing of it, is Jose Calvo Sotelo. Sotelo. Okay, that's probably Sotelo, again with my Anglic accent. He is arrested in Madrid by the police, taken away in a police car. His body is found in the gutter on the street, on the side of the street in Madrid the next day. He's taken away at night. Does he even make it to the police station? I don't know if there's how detailed we know or suspect. He is assassinated by basically identifiable policemen, I believe, and not just people that somehow mysteriously found police uniforms and pretended to be police and showed it up. So he is assassinated by the government, but maybe by elements of the government, maybe even by elements of the government that are acting outside of control of, the government. Was this ordered by the chief of police of Madrid, or was this just, it wasn't just a few random police officers of the left-wing persuasion decided to go do this. No, this was organized by somebody very clearly. And, just who approved this, who approved the arresting, who approved if the arresting was ever real or, meant to sort of like, because Franco at this time was another popular general, but maybe not quite as popular. I don't quite know the popularity demographics of it, but Franco is sort of in internal exile out here in the Canary Islands and is staying out of politics. But Sotelo isn't. He is involved in politics, and I think basically retired general at this time, meaning I don't think he holds any official military commands. So he is killed. He is basically the head of the opposition front of various factions that are in Spain, of the shall we say right-wing coalition, which, yes, includes phalangists, which is Spain's version of fascist, but also concerns traditional monarchists and people that were, very much involved, for religious reasons, whether they have a monarchy or not, and other sorts of, the right of politics, shall we say, and that can vary a bit. So he is assassinated, clearly by the government. Again, I don't, you could read, and I had to look up his name because I don't normally know it, so you could tell, but I wanted him to be remembered. He is assassinated. Well, this action, and there's a lot of conservatives in the military still, this action galvanizes the right-wing military types to do a coup against the government. So now you have a left, and you can go, well, Gamer, you're anti-leftist. Well, generally, yes, I am, generally. But you have, to the best of my knowledge, I'm also for due process. If you knew that this guy was committing crimes, and you could, put him up for trial. If you've got somebody who, he ordered me to go do some death squad work or something, well, you can't even do a show trial. They don't even go to the show trial point of dealing with this guy. So whether it would be a free and fair trial with no, person that's tortured and then, put on a uniform over his, burnt body, and then he goes and swears that this guy is the devil incarnate or something, meaning forced, they're not even forcing fake testimony on this guy, whether he is responsible for crimes. Oh, he was never in the military? I thought he was, folk. Okay, well, thank you for correcting me. But he's the head of the political opposition, and he is a conservative politician murdered by Republicans. July was what triggered. Yes. And so, I thought he was in the military. Sorry, I just quickly got the assassination name. It's been a long time. There's a really great, 12-part series in English on the Spanish Civil War that was done back in the 1970s. I've watched it a long time ago. I think it's all on YouTube if you want to watch it and get this stuff correctly. Thank you, folk. You do help a lot with that. Okay, so I do want to be corrected, but the main point is this is without any due process, even a sham of due process. He is killed by the government, not just even by a local paramilitary, local left-wing, whatever. He's killed by the government. So now we have a reign of leftist terror against a leading opposition figure. To me, to my way of looking at this, that is, one, an illegitimate government. I mean, you can, if you think somebody's a danger to public, whatever, we can talk, I'm not talking about American politics because not everywhere is nice as American politics. We can talk about arresting somebody and putting them under house arrest. We can talk about, because I might, with some sort of radical leftist, communist, whatever, if we can't convict him of a crime, but he's pushing some revolution, again, outside of America where laws aren't quite as clean and clear as in America, Okay, so the government has done this act along with many other acts, again, like I say, at various levels of support of the government, a left-wing, and yes, there are right-wing terror groups too, but the left-wing ones are, they don't get honestly investigated by the government. The police and the civil jurisprudence within the country is not a neutral arbiter equally enforcing the law against right-wing and left-wing. They're enforcing it only against the right. And they're only going after the right. They're not going after the left-wing death squad. So this, to me, is intolerable. To have a government that is running death squads and arresting people unarmed, that you take into your police car, and he dies trying to escape. No, that just doesn't hold up in my opinion. And is government is not like a police officer shooting an unarmed person somewhere that just whether for good reasons or bad reasons, because sometimes unarmed people are driving cars and so they're armed with a car, or sometimes it's a mistake, or sometimes it's just bad policemen. But this is a planned assassination. It's an intolerable situation. So that then moves a bunch of right-wing generals to stage a coup against this government. And so, yes, we can point both sides. What about isms? Both sides, yeah, it isn't clean. There's no side. There may be individuals, but there's no side that has 100% clean hands, 100% white hat. I'm not trying to say that one little bit. 7 kills, Steely. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that's referring to. Sorry. So they want to do a coup, or they attempt a coup against the government, because the government, like Saturn, the revolution, devours its children. You're talking the Titan Saturn wanting to devour his children. Yes, and so that's even within the left wing. That sort of happens a bit later in the Spanish Civil War sense, because early on it's Popular Front winning support from all of the left, not just hardcore left. See, Lone Wanderer, I know a lot of culture and history and whatnot. I'm not 100% educated and remember all of the details of all of the stuff, but yes, leftists eat themselves, but we're also talking about the left going after the right. So the right stages a coup. And I think at that point of governmental assassinations, in a system that is not free, fair, and well governed, in, shall we say, the American, Anglo-British experience, it isn't quite as stable a situation like that, I think is a legitimate action by the right. Whether they should have done it or not, the question comes down to is, would the Popular Front government not kill off more people? One, and two, if the right could have won elections, I don't know if as in got enough popular vote to win elections, would the left have allowed the system to swing the other way and put the right wing in charge of it? Or whether through shenanigans at the voting box, oh no, we counted all the votes. We stopped counting when we won and didn't count the other pile of votes that might make us lose. Or we invalidate this election because of whatever. Would they have allowed, or would they have continued to march down a eventual Stalinist path, of one party rule, including eating other leftists that aren't quite fully in on the revolution? But would they have allowed the swing to happen? If you truly believe, either looking back on it or looking at the time, truly believed that in whenever the next election, there was going to be a reasonable chance, one that was like, well, hey, if enough people agree that the government is out of control, they'll vote the other side in. Now, whether the people would agree or not, that's another question. We can talk about propaganda and electioneering. But would there, whether it's totally free and fair, but would there have been an election that would have allowed the right to redress issues, whether regionally or nationally or whatever? If you either during because one you have to put yourself in the viewpoint of the people at the time, because you don't necessarily know what would have happened later on, or if you political science-y, I have a degree in political science. I don't believe there's I have a degree in something I don't believe exists. It's not, people say, I don't believe in guns. Yeah, they believe guns exist. They see guns. They just don't believe in the use of them. I don't believe that there is a science called political science. Science is a hard thing. Politics is an art form. We can talk about sociology and mass sociology, mass psychiatry, all that stuff that is somewhat sciencey, but politics is an art form. Like I say, politics is perception. So if you have perception that the government is evil and you have perception that the opposition is good, you can have the opposition win whether those facts are correct or not. So I don't believe in science in politics, though I have a degree in political science from a university. But just because they wouldn't give me a degree in the art of politics. But so I do have a background in this formal education, not just read a couple of books once. If looking back at it, because we can't analyze it still looking back at it, and if you believe that there was a reasonable chance for the right to be heard, then the Spanish Civil War is wrong, because all of the death and the violence, if that could be avoided and just have the right come into power and then the right appoint the policemen that just go after the bad guys who actually did the murdering and whatnot under the leftist regime and put those guys in jail or execute them or whatever. Just those guys, not the union worker or the politician who thought he was voting for, social justice, but, was not for, or actively involved in the murdering of the enemies. But, if you judge that it is just, if that was a reasonable expectation to have, then the Spanish Civil War is wrong. But if, as I do, because I know who was involved, at least politically, parties kind of thing, that the radicals were not going to allow the moderates to be in power in the end, even on the left. They would, like Lone Wanderer says, they would eat themselves eventually. And we do see, I don't know how much prior to the start of the Spanish Civil War, but we do see very quickly in the Spanish Civil War, along with Soviet arms being dumped into Spain, we see Soviet operatives. And Soviet operatives, by 1936, I would say, by July 1936, Soviet operatives have, through assassination and intimidation, but also assassination heavily, control every single communist party on the planet except one. Stalin is not concerned about he is a little bit, especially early on, worrying about, the whites of the Russian Civil War and their post kind of things like that. And we can talk about why do I do this on names? Picturing his face. Wrangel, General Wrangel, whether he would died by assassination or whatnot, and I don't know. And as being he's killed, but as being a Soviet plot and whatnot, probably, but or just disgruntled people or something. I don't know, but Stalin isn't so much worried about downgrading monarchists around the world or liberal Democrats or even moderate socialists. He is worried about getting control of every single communist party everywhere. There's one party he does not. Does anybody in chat know the one political party, and you've heard of it, so it isn't some sort of obscure little thing in some corner of the world? Well, not terribly. One communist party that he does not control. I was wondering if Lone Wanderer or folk in chat know who the one party Communist Party Stalin does not control. So he gets control of all of the communist parties. I'm giving them a little bit of time to think. I don't know if they're Googling or trying to think. That we definitely see during the Spanish Civil War a constant erosion to at some points a direct level of assassination of particular prominent leftist. Yep, Lone Wanderer guessed, because he has a question mark, the Chinese Communist Party. That is it. Stalin, Mao's Chinese Communist Party, especially but even before the Long March, he does not have any control over it, to the point that Stalin openly aligns himself with another revolutionary party, this Chinese Nationalist Party, which was a revolutionary party started by Sun Yat-sen, but at the time under Chiang Kai-shek's control, to the point that he's giving military aid, including aircraft and pilots, Soviet pilots, to fly, mostly against the Japanese, but also against the communists in China. And he believes that at the time, before World War II, that the nationalists have the greatest chance of winning, and so he wants to ally with the nationalists. A revolutionary, somewhat anti-Western, especially in the 1920s. They're very much anti-Western. Combination of reality and moderation of ideology. They're not like happy with the Western settlements in, where the extra governmental territoriality is in China, but they're more, again, somewhat moderation of ideology and somewhat of reality is hitting them. The idea of Western big business being in China is no longer the thing that they got to destroy or get rid of. Foreign missionaries, which they're killing, early on in the 20s. By the 30s, they're more, again, they want to get rid of direct control, but they're no longer like, oh, the West is evil. It's more like you got to live with them. So, and it's only post World War II does Stalin help the Chinese Communist parties, and at first it is only giving over all the captured Chinese equipment that they get from invading primarily Manchuria and parts of Korea and whatnot. They just in bulk give that to the Communist Chinese Party. Mostly they're doing that is because they don't want it, and two, it sort of like doesn't show that openly that Stalin is supporting them because, well, they just captured this stuff off the Japanese, of course. The tanks and the aircraft and the rifles and the machine guns and whatever. They just captured that from the Japanese. No, they got it from Stalin. But yeah, so he controls all of the parties. So I will get to playing the game here shortly, but this is, I guess, my talk on, and my another talk on the Spanish Civil War. Is eventual continued radicalization of the Spanish Republicans. I don't know the Spanish Republican Constitution, what it said versus how they acted, but they acted like a Popular Front leftist organization that was moving more and more radical. And when I say moving more and more radical, I don't mean like, oh, hey, workers' rights, no dying on the fact, safety for workers. No. It's like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of nuns over there. Let's go kill them all. Well, because they're nuns. Well, they support the church. Yeah, well, let's go. And this is happening prior to the start of the Spanish Civil War. So they're, just like going in and, having a little murder party with nuns. And I don't mean just like one or two that are found wandering alone at night in the city. I'm talking like going into their monastery, or nunnery or whatever, and killing them all. So this, and now, of course, the moderate socialist politician in Madrid or Valencia or something condemns this entirely, and this is inappropriate. But I'm still supporting the National Front that's the communists that maybe not individuals said that, yeah, I'm the one that murdered these people, but yeah, no, they're because they write on the wall, in blood or something, this is done by the whatever leftist reactionary or leftist action group or something. And, well, yeah, and we're voting for them. And, so yeah, they continue to support the violence. When you stay in a coalition, and again, to jump to modern politics, when you vote for a party that is doing radical things, when you still have laws that will not allow a child to get a tattoo, but you allow people of authority to give them drugs and possibly surgery without parents' consent. Now, they can't get a tattoo, but they can certainly have a surgery without parents' consent because the parents are reactionary and anti-trans? What? Okay, now, a lot of, maybe someone watching here, moderate Democrats. No, I'm not for that. But you still freaking vote for the politicians who give those organizations money and power. So you're for it, even if you want to claim you're against it. You still stay on that side. Because other side bad, my side good. Well, so you still support it. Okay. So to get back to Spain. So the coup fails. Some of the army, and trust me, 500 soldiers in a barracks, it doesn't matter if 100 of them are monarchists. They're all going to support what they think the majority of those guys in the barracks support, because they know they're going to be shot if they don't. And so they're going to parrot the Republican, songs and sayings and whatnot. And they're soldiers, and it's discipline, and it's drummed into them. And they know that to disobey the military is a death sentence, meaning you'll be shot. Cowardice on the battlefield, running away, or traitors, you'll be shot. So I'm not saying most of the soldiers in some areas were pro-Republican or pro-nationalist. It comes down to the officers and the structure, and maybe the majority of the people in certain barracks and different things. Some of the army goes to the Republic, but I would say a slight majority, again, I'm just trying to remember from the stuff, goes towards the national side. But what the hell the Spanish army's done? Huh? Wasn't in World War One. It wasn't terribly well equipped. Hasn't done much. Except down here. There was the Rift War, and the French were also sort of fighting various elements here. And some of it I would put in sort of the same lump, and some of it sort of separate. But there's various Franco and Spanish, and I mean Franco is in French and Spanish, actions against various Arab groups. There was one mining type rebellion or something that Franco's the one that puts it down, again with troops from down here. Some of them are Spanish Moroccans, as in Arabs that are, don't know how much Spanish they spoke. They probably spoke a little bit, but were, I don't know, if you will, collaborationist troops with the Spanish government, but pretty hard troops, and units that they were mostly down here. This is the army that's actually fought anything hard that are really existing. This army up here is soft. Didn't go through World War One. Isn't terribly modern. I mean, sure, they got nice Mauser rifles and, nice little pistols, but it's not a very modern army. And somehow, all of the trade unions, workers' unions, political party people, all get, hey, free, here's guns. Just hand out rifles of all sorts. There's lots of them. I don't know if that would just account for the standard reserves that the army has and the police have, or whether they were sort of preparing for the revolution prior to it. But very quickly, there's lots of militia-type units that spring up that are well-armed, meaning they're not countrymen who have, random bolt-action rifles for shooting coyotes or shotguns for shooting birds or whatever the country folk might have for necessary rifles that are, civilian purchased and of all different sorts. No, these are all, coming out of armories and whatnot. So things aren't going well early on in the Spanish Civil War because first the coup fails and then the Civil War breaks out. So, like I say, Franco, who is outside of this, Mola is the general who's mainly running the Spanish coup and Now he dies, I think, in a plane accident or something like that. I'm not sure on that, but he's sort of the main general running. But Franco is sort of known for being successful down here. So he is popular with his army. Well, Germany supplies, once the war is sort of broken out, and here we can see 25 days, Franco's stuck. Not in the Canaries. He's already, like I say, been liberated, but his army is stuck down here. Germany, as I've been informed, commandeers a bunch of Lufthansa airplanes, flies them down, loads them up, and ferries multiple trips a bunch of his army. I don't know quite the percentage of it, but enough to stabilize the situation for the nationalists. Now, I want to say this. How do I say this? I think you can sort of kind of tell, and we're going to, when this is just going to be a Spanish Civil War talk, a special episode, of course, at this point. Like I've said earlier, stated clearly, no side are the complete white hats. No side are the good guys. And it very well may be coming down to the least bad guys. Whether you're emotionally, and some people, and I'm looking at you, Ari, and maybe some others, are emotionally on the side of, Catholic revisionism and the church and all that. Okay, great, but still your side does bad things. Now, sabotage was suspected in Jose Suriardo's death. Maybe that's who I was thinking. No, well, I don't remember all the Spanish generals, and it very well could be. And there's all kinds of stuff going on. Like I say, you can emotionally be for various reasons. One of the guys I follow on Twitter, because he does one of the sort of Twitter historians that posts, short articles with some stuff, nice photos that I may end up using, whether if I ever get back to modding and making events, or if somebody wants to ever pay me to make a DLC type thing for some of these things. I do collect this stuff, as well as for just possible thumbnails and my own knowledge. He seems to have a very pro-Republican viewpoint. And I just, and I don't know this guy from anybody. I just follow him on Twitter and like some of the stuff that he's posting. And I know there's a lot of people, and a lot of people in Spain that, have ancestors on one side or the other of the factions. And so that's some of the reasons they draw up on it. But because we see partially, we see a constant during the Spanish Civil War, even as it's, in my opinion, it should be clear to anybody that you're losing. Now, maybe you're hoping that, we're losing. Well, maybe they'll have the French and the English or the Russians actually send Russian divisions. They never send Russian divisions, even though we'll see them here in the game. They're allowed to in the game, but they never did. They sent advisors and trainers, as far as I know. Oh, and pilots, a lot of pilots, flying the aircraft, and a lot of equipment. But to my knowledge, there is no Russian army or Soviet army made up of Russians fighting in the Spanish Civil War. There are open Italian armies wearing Italian uniforms fighting in the Spanish Civil War. Yes, they do show up. But even as the war is being lost, maybe they're, again, hoping for fighting on for another few days, weeks, months, an extra year to hope for, international intervention to change the thing. Because eventually a lot of them, flee across the border of the Pyrenees. I mean, tens of thousands flee across the border of the Pyrenees, and other ways of if you're realizing you're losing and to go. But as time goes on, more and more Soviet control. And one of the books which I've read is historical fiction, but I think it's good overall history, meaning a good historical fiction writer knows history well, and he just places his, unhistorical characters that are sort of viewpoint characters to look at the history, if you will. And he talks about some of the stuff as the way the Soviets were gaining control. the Soviets were bringing in the majority of weaponry into Spain. I say the majority for the Republicans. Little bit. The Germans also supply the nationalists with weapons and munitions. Weapons are the things that guns that you shoot, whether artillery pieces or rifles. Munitions are the things that come out of them, just to sort of define the two. The bullets, the artillery shells. The Germans are supplying a lot of guns and munitions to the nationalists. It's sort of done through Goering. It's done by a friend of Goering's. That Goering and this guy set up this company to have eventually 3 ships that are going back and forth between Germany and nationalist Spain. And this is going so well. And we may talk a little bit more about this, but this is going so well. Goering and this guy decide, there's a lot of money to be made in this. They buy 3 more ships, because there's a lot of money to be made in this. And the reason they need 3 more ships, is they need different ships. They can't use the same ships. Because they start selling guns and munitions to the Republicans too. 3 more ships. So they're eventually, I think, delivering about as much guns and munitions to both sides. I don't quite know exactly the tonnage that they're delivering. But they're delivering to both sides, and there's 3 ships, and again, they might not all be exact same tonnage or but they're going basically from, and I don't know, what ports they may have to go travel a little bit longer to get into Republican territories than nationalist territories. Now, one of the reasons that it is so successful for the Germans to smuggle in is because there is an international blockade around Spain to stop arms from coming into Spain. As you might expect, the British and the French are part of the international blockade of that. Oh, Germany is also part of the international blockade. And was it the Deutschland? One of them is actually bombed by Republican aircraft while on the neutrality patrol. So they're the Germans are part of the, don't send arms to Spain, either side. Don't send it to them. So the Germans are quite aware of where everybody's ships are because they, coordinate, who's watching what coast when. And so when, the Germans are out watching, along here and don't happen to see that freighter going right, we don't see any freighter going into the port there. So yeah, the Germans are part of the neutrality patrols, and they do have, and in that the ship is bombed, and there's 12 German sailors killed at the thing. So they're part of the neutrality patrol, and so that way they can keep track and send in their stuff. I don't know quite how the Soviets are doing their system. I just don't know. It's not. I know they are sending lots of equipment in, but I do know that the Germans are part of the neutrality patrol, which definitely helps them signal when the coast is clear to get the ships in and out, and not be searched. Because it's not illegal for ships to go in and out of Spain. Because hey, food relief. They're getting food and money for food from all over the world, whether the money goes for the food or goes to arms or goes to the local communist parties, that never make it to Spain. There's all kinds of raising money and then definitely buying and delivering food. Mostly, I would say, to the Republicans, but so they're definitely, so if you show up and the international blockade stops you and you got a ship full of wheat or something or whatever, yeah, fine, go ahead into port, or medical supplies, Do they look 2 layers down in the crates to see below the medical supplies? The AK-47s? Yeah, I know they didn't have AK-47s, but supplying the nationalists. Now, but as time goes on, one of the ways the Stalinist people get control is they give most of the weapons of theirs that coming into the Stalinist regime to units that they like, and most of the munitions to units that they like, that are deemed as being loyal to the Stalinist faction. Because there are Trotskyites, that are anti-Stalinist but are communists, and then there are, syndicalists and anarchists and social democrats and socialists, militias, and all these different types of factions fighting in the war. But especially as the war is going on, overwhelmingly, most of the good equipment is coming and going to what the Chetka, the pre-KGB people are thinking of the most loyal units. And so when you're a young man or young woman, in the case of the Spanish Civil War, there were a fair number of women fighting, you're thinking about either you're part of a unit or you're thinking about joining a unit. Are you going to go join those guys sitting over there that have a mishmash of rifles and, you want to join us? Great. And you get, well, where's my rifle? Well, we don't have enough for you. Well, but, when one of us are killed, you can take our rifle. Oh, okay. Yeah. We each got 10 rounds. Well, Sam over there, or Miguel, he has 12 rounds for his rifle, but we all have 10 rounds for our rifle. Are you going to go join that? Or are you going to go join this other group there that, their uniforms are dirty, but they're not all torn up, and they all look the same uniforms because they got better uniforms. And they all got the same rifles. They actually have some machine guns. And everybody has full rifle, ammo pouches. And the machine guns has lots of ammo crates standing around them. And they'll hand you a rifle right when you show up, and your ammo for it, and a new uniform to fit in with the crowd. Which one are you going to join? And when they also... The other way to get rid of the other militia units is, and it's well documented that they did this, that they demanded near suicidal, and eventually, because they kept demanding it, become more and more suicidal, demand that these non-Stalinist units do a lot of the most dangerous assaults, where the units that are more loyal to Stalin are held in reserve until the enemy is breaking, and then they attack. Then they push in. Enough that you've worn the enemy down, and the Stalinist unit's going to take some casualties. It's not like the battle's over, but it's at the critical moment. We think we're going to win, so then they send in the good unit to entirely take any damage, so that they are sometimes by assassination, but I don't think mostly. It's mostly just sending the non-loyalist units, or to Stalin that we're talking about, to die in heavier numbers and trying to recruit up more. So as the time goes on, more and more people are supporting the Stalinist units and Stalin. Tesla makes a good deal of money on carbon offsets. Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of government things. Half the reason to play Black Ice is good NATO counters. Yes, these are definitely pretty good counters. I totally agree with that, Nate. Totally agree that they're doing good there. I can tell you're sort of catching up on some of the chat. But yeah, it's great to have you here, Nate. So this is what is going on in Spain. So when you say nationalist versus Republican, that's the two titles that they have. What I believe is the natural development would have been if the Republicans had been able to win the war. And I think it's a fairly close thing if you don't have the Condor Legion. Now, the Condor Legion was just pilots. Yes, we do get to put in this game 2 divisions of ground troops. Germany had, at any one time, it was thought, about 300 ground, non-Air Force type, not ground crews, but ground soldiers, that Berlin was constantly complaining, constantly telling them not to go into combat. About 300 soldiers that were meant to be trainers. Now, basically what it ends up being, and von Thoma is leading it, is a unit that's sort of commanded by Germans, not necessarily always German officers. German NCO types have a lot more command authorities than in most armies to this day. One of the Team G members, a member of Team G, Oh yeah, like you say, 10 factions. It depends on how you divide it up, but definitely, Nate. Um, and no, I don't know the names and how to divide all the factions up, but there's Carlists that are monarchists, and we'll get to some of that in a moment. But Team G member, who's current serving in the German military, their NCOs, or the particularly senior NCOs, have a lot more command authority than, say, in the American military. We jump to the officers a little more quickly for certain levels of command decision. So in the German army, NCOs have a lot more authority. So it's sort of like, in reality, for that is more like German-led. The 88, the big, flak 88s, the flak 18s, the model that would have been using at that point. The big 88 millimeter guns that are used as anti-tank guns. On or near the front line shooting at enemy anti-tanks. They're probably more German commanded and trained up, with Spanish trained up crews that are to, whatever decent standard. I don't know if probably not all German units are equally trained. So, up to some level of German training. And the tanks are mostly crewed by Spanish crews, but definitely there are quote unquote German observers to see how well the tactics of that they're training their soldiers to go on and leading the unit. So there's, a lot of, but only about 300 or so German ground personnel. I don't know how many pilots at any one time. Now, this is over multiple years, and they rotate through people. So there's a lot more people, and there's coming and going, both the air and the ground. Where Italy basically sends in 3 divisions. Maybe it's sort of 2 divisions and a brigade. I don't know. But they send in actual Italian army units, not fascist militia, not the Germans are wearing some sort of tan local uniforms with no German symbols on them, trying not to look like Germans. The Italians are wearing Italian uniforms, flying Italian flags, driving Italian trucks, driving Italian tankettes, doing everything. Yeah, dudes, we're Italians, we're fighting in this. So without some of that direct support. And trust me, those 3 divisions are very effective in this game. How are 88s implemented in BS Hoi 4? They're heavy. Well, they are implemented here as a flat gun here. We can see anti-aircraft long calibers. So they are a vehicle. It has defense, breakthrough a little bit, hard attack, which kills tanks of 7, air attack of 11. So it is a heavy, it is a dual purpose gun here. Again, for those of you who don't know why 18. That was to sort of go like, hey, yeah, flak 18s, yeah, they were originally, Mauser 18s, Lisch field howitzers, because that's light field howitzer, 18s, yeah, because these were all done as like, yeah, these were designs and whatnot that, yeah, we had done in 1918, we were getting ready to put them into implementation, but the war stopped. So it was sort of a... it's why 18 is used so much for all the early versions of everything. Maybe not everything, but so many things. Because it's sort of, even though they were designed in the 1930s or the 20s or whatever, just to sort of a Versailles Treaty, whatnots. And so the Flak 36 is just a slightly, and sometimes improvement is not improvement to function, but improvement to cheaper manufacture, especially when you're talking about a lot of German howitzers. There's only one change in the German, I went and looked this up, of the Germans. We're not talking captured equipment. Of the Germans, there's only one change. And we're not talking about the 1945 Czech improvement. But there's only one change in the German production line from 1936 until the end of the war in their 105 millimeter howitzers. That's an improvement that has a bit higher charge that makes you shoot a little bit longer range. All the other improvements are improvements either to weight, so easier to move around, or mostly simplification of manufacturing. So where Heart, and I complained about this way back when Hearts of Iron was still in development, some of the stuff doesn't make you fight any better. Most of it doesn't. It just makes it you produce more of them. And so I don't know the difference right offhand between the Flak 18 and the Flak 36. I believe they're both the same chambering, shoot the same ammo, meaning it's just modifications in either production or whatnot. So, and I do know there is a more powerful 88 millimeter coming, but that isn't. Tankettes are really cool. Too bad they weren't a major war in the 1920s. Well, as I was saying live, tankettes are good. Just they don't replace tanks. They're light infantry, light mobile machine guns to suppress enemy. Because we can argue the British did have, I would call, a tankette in the Mark 6 light tank that it has a 50 caliber machine gun on it. Yeah, a few are made with a 13 millimeter thingy on it, machine gun, but most are made with a 50 caliber. But I would argue to a point. It's arguable. The Bren gun carrier, or later called the universal carrier, that's sort of a tankette. Some of them had, the Vickers machine guns officially mounted on them, and others just simply with the Bren gun and armored thing. They're sort of little tankettes running around the battlefield that are designed to either shoot the Bren gun from the vehicle or deploy the Bren gun and team carrying ammo, deploy it in a under armor to a position to dominate the enemy. Deployed from the vehicle, so it's sort of a dismountable tankette, and that's used to the end of the war. The Bren gun carrier or universal carrier, but as a deployable, machine gun squad group fighting either from the carrier or fighting as a deployed unit. And so I would argue that that's a unique but a tankette and not just a so that's to the end of 45. Britain and the Commonwealth forces and their tactical doctrine continues with the tankette, in my opinion. And whatnot. So tankettes are cool, yes. It's just when you try to make tankettes be tanks, that's where you get the real problem with them. Not the idea of, even in a modern sense, of, air transportable little light armored vehicles that, deploy like a 50 caliber or, whatever sort of machine gun, airborne landing, naval landing kind of thing that happen. Tankettes are really cool, and I like them, and have their place. So I see the Republican side not as, if they won, that, that would be good for Spain, because I see Stalinism coming if they had won. Now on the nationalist side. So, and this is maybe very much the lesser of evils, but this puts me, like I was saying, compared to the author, sort of historian, seems to, be pro-Republican. This puts me pro-nationalist in, if I got to choose between these two factions, I choose the nationalist. Franco, and the left wants to this day, Ronald Reagan's a fascist. Oh, you mean small government, liberty-minded president is a fascist? Well, you discredit I no longer trust when you call somebody a fascist, because you call libertarians fascist. You call everybody fascist. So that becomes meaningless. I have to look for people that demonstratedly behave in a fascist manner or call themselves fascists. Franco does neither. He never calls himself a fascist, as far as I know. And he doesn't behave in a fascist manner, though he does have fascist phalangists, that's the Spanish version of it, of the party, in his government. He is a nationalist. He is a right-wing coalition leader, which includes fascists. Fascists never, as I would consider it, come to power in Spain. They have a lot of influence. I'm forgetting during the World War II era. I'm picturing his face, just not remembering his name. foreign minister for Spain is a fascist, open fascist, and so he does have them at a high level in government, and they're definitely around in Spain, but we don't see fascism implemented in Spain. It is a nationalism, and there's you have maybe fascistic elements there, and they do have a lot of influence, but they're not in charge, and there is a lot to criticize the nationalists for during the Spanish Civil War. After the Spanish Civil War, they killed Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera. I don't know who they are, and without a better hint as to who that is, you've lost me again. Lone Wanderer. I may have heard of him. I'm just not remembering. And so what redeems ultimately for me the nationalist / Franco, because it is very much tied with Franco eventually, is one, he keeps Spain out of World War II. He doesn't, when Hitler demands things, mostly my understanding, the answer is, sure, as soon as you give me these unachievable requirements, I'll do that. Basically, hey, as soon as you send me enough food, because there's a food shortage in Spain, and that's why some of the Spanish that are held prisoners after the Spanish Civil War, the Republicans, are not doing well in their camps. And whether the people should be in camps or not, well, there is punishment for your crimes, whether you want to call it a prison or a camp. And would they, if released, would they likely go back to committing violence or not? Comes down. Okay, he was Falange, okay, a syndicalist, Spanish politician who founded the Falange Española. Okay, right. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I know this stuff on sort of, okay, and Nate is also helping out too, founder of the Falange, shot in prison, I think, by the assault group, but might have been different militia. Yes. And so, yeah, no, the left is being, in my opinion, now maybe it's the propaganda that I get, but often it's like leftists go in, massacre either a bunch of nuns, a bunch of priests, a bunch of landowners. Nationalists come in onto the scene, see all the dead bodies, the blood, maybe a few days old, but the blood around. And then these nationalists are like, whether they're monarchists, fascists, just conservatives, whatever you might want to say, see all these dead women and children or old men or whatever. And then they go out, sometimes when they're actually capturing units either known or suspected to commit these crimes, or other people. Generally, it seems to be they're going after the militia types, not just random civilians, but then they're going in and getting some of these people and rounding them up and killing them, more as a reaction than as a actual setup. So, but yeah, they did bad things too. So Franco keeps Spain out of World War II by not pissing off Hitler enough that Hitler wants to invade, and by also sort of moderating his radical fascist by, oh yeah, you want to go fight communism? Yeah, go ahead. Have fun. Blue Division, fascist, all volunteers. Yeah, you only volunteer can get to go. Yeah, go. Have fun killing the commies. And, of course, a bunch of them die doing that. Eventually, they're withdrawn with just a small, diehard group that doesn't want to go back to keep fighting the commies, because eventually there's enough pressure from primarily the U.S., but the Western allies, and realizing at that point, Franco's going, yeah, the Germans are going to lose this thing, so yeah, let's pull these guys out. We don't want to anger the winners. So he pulls them out. But he largely keeps Spain out of World War II, which means a lot less deaths, because he doesn't. Because in my opinion, even though like I was saying early in this video, the nationalists do launch a coup, but it is only reaction to killings by in my opinion, unlawful killings by um, the government. And so it's a reaction. Whether they should have or not, I discussed, but it's a reaction. Franco does not start the coup, does not start the Civil War. They both happen without his involvement, the starting of them. It is only him being brought in with his Army of Africa, as it's called, does he actively enter the scene. So he, in my opinion, is doing his best to end the war by winning the war, not by prolonging the war, not by whatever. It's as much as within the realms of existence, and I'm sure there's massacres. I'm not trying to say there weren't, but is just trying to win the war to bring peace to Spain. And yes, for the nationalist side, Hitler hated Franco so much he said that he had rather had the Republicans accepted Stalin forced his hand in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah, at some point, again, on German support, we may talk about this later on a bit when I'm actually playing out, because we will send a German expeditionary force. To pay for all the German quote-unquote aid, it's mostly paid for, to pay for it, the Franco's government, and Franco approves this at the time, sets up a company that sells raw materials, does sell some percentage of it, a significant percentage, but the majority of it is sold to Germany at a very good rate for the Germans. So the Germans are getting a deal. I'm not saying they're getting it for free. They're not. They're having to pay real money. But all that money is then being spent on weapons from Germans' factories. So the Germans are getting a good deal. After, I don't know what year, whether it's like 37 or 38. I'm thinking 38. I remember I read a really nice long article. Franco sort of like, hey, yeah, we've now established ourselves, and there's other people that'll buy these raw materials at a better price. It's not so much with Portugal and Salazar, who hates. Salazar is another nationalist leader, in my opinion, not a fascist. His Nueva State is much more nationalist. It has fascistic elements in it, definitely. But he hates Hitler so much, he actually writes and publishes, actively publishes an anti-Hitler book. So he hates Hitler enough that he writes an anti-Hitler book, like in the 30s. I don't know exact year, but I do. It's in my mod. I knew at one point, but I don't know right off there. Didn't Hitler send Canaris to Spain to say, oh, yes, oh, yeah. Canaris makes at least one trip to, and if not more, one trip down to Spain during the Spanish Civil War. He is actively involved in the Spanish Civil War on one level or another. But so back to these raw materials. So Franco realizes, yes, nationalist Spain is somewhat of a pariah, but he's got buyers for this raw materials or refined materials or whatever. And like when the Germans are buying it, it's so much that when the nationalists take a new factory or whatever, Germans are brought in immediately to help reorganize the factory, get the workers going, get it reorganized. So the Germans have their fingers deep into this, and I forget the name of the corporation that they set up to do this, have it deep into control of whoever's locally controlling it. They're still locally, I guess, controlling it, owning it, but it's organized up for the Germans. And the Germans, again, are paying for these resources, but at a very good rate. Franco's going, God, I could get more money for my war effort by selling this stuff. Open market might not be quite the right term, but to other places that are willing to buy it. And the German answer, I don't know if specifically from Hitler or not, is, oh, yeah, sure, you can do that if you want. Who's going to sell you arms? And Franco goes, oh, okay. And so stops that. Because because the Germans say, yeah, you may have somebody who is willing to buy your copper or your tungsten or whatever it is you're selling us at a better price. We're not selling you arms because we want US dollars or British pounds or whatever the currency you might give us. We're just not going to sell you arms, and nobody else is at any volume. Yeah, Italy is sending Carcano rifles. You do see Carcano rifles in nationalist hands. They are sending in some of that stuff, but it's not nearly the scale that Germany is with Mauser rifles, including manufacturing Mauser rifles and 7mm Mauser for Spain. So, and sending a lot of 7mm ammunition to Spain as well. Lots of, shiploads of it. So, and eventually Franco does get the arms manufacturing area up here and turns it to his good use, manufacturing arms and munitions. But at first it's in Republican hands. So, yeah, this is some of the early stages with whether it's Hitler directly or the nationalists or the national leaders of the Nazi Party have frictions with Franco over that. So it's never with Germany here's a lot of freebies. I'm not saying that everything costs lots of money that they were selling or giving, and definitely like the Condor Legion is very much looked at by the Luftwaffe as an experimental field operation. And so they wanted to do that, but it is still very much Spain has to pay for it. Leftist and police uniform shot leader of opposition. Yeah, Trotsky went to Spain. Jose Antonio Primo wrote Franco from his prison asking him to raise arms specifically because of Trotsky. Yeah, and so there's a lot of hardcore leftists, and I believe that in the end they would have been the ones in charge. It would not have been Republic in Spain. It would have been People's Republic of Spain, if you will. The Cold War nomenclature difference there. So Franco ends the war, keeps Spain out. I know I'm recapitulating it. Keeps Spain out of World War II, not having to die. And yes, he stays on as dictator until his death. But what does he do? He sets it up so that there is a constitutional monarchy. Now, he'd probably like it more right-wing than it is currently in Spain, but he sets it up to bring the monarch back. Not because he wants, godly rule of an absolute monarch of Catholic whatever. No. What he wants is this is maybe a bit of my projection on it, but this is what I think he wants to have. It's like what American, again, we can talk about the shift to the radical left with segments of American society, but is the enshrinement of our Constitution as not holy as in God, but holy as in this is our founding document. This is our governing, ruling document. It needs to be. We can modify it, but everything, unless it's modified, has to be within the Constitution. Well, the idea that if you have a monarch who is there and has even just limited power, but can keep the pendulum of shift between right and left, if you will, from swinging too far. So it can move to the left. It can move to the right. Maybe further to the left than Franco would like, I'm sure. But it can move, it can swing, but it can only swing so far because of the monarchy, because of the state he sets up. Instead of trying to have his, a nationalist, I know there is a brief attempt at some sort of loony fascist coup after Franco dies, but that's just some sort of looniness. But he sets it up so that there's a transition that, Franco's moving, Spain in towards NATO and towards the Western Alliance, which he knows that by doing so, he is moving it into a more liberal democratic society organization, situation, instead of trying to be, a Pinochet or some other right-wing, the Shah of Iran or the current kings of Saudi Arabia who are, keeping it as a monarchy and are not moving. He knows by doing all of what he's doing, even while he's alive, that it is going to move into liberal Western society, generally speaking. But because of the Cold War, is still a thing, and because there's still a lot of Spanish communists, maybe a bunch still sitting over in France that are, sort of outlawed or whatnot, but that you still have the idea that he's not willing to give up control, and again, back to one of the things that I value is good governance. Now, gamer this or that or whatever, even Leighton Franco's, I'm not saying Franco's a saint. I'm not saying he did everything the way I would want him to do it, even within the realities of Spain. Because there's realities of Spain at the time, and even controlling your own side to keep them from having death squads. You might have to be a little heavy-handed with the left and lock them up a bit more, because otherwise the right will get out, because one leftist will go shoot up a bunch of people, and then a bunch of rightists will want to go shoot up a bunch of other people in revenge. Well, and if you then go clamp down on the rightists, well, then they start, revolting against you. So to clamp down on the situation, he locks up people unfairly, I'm sure. I'm not saying, again, it's all right and roses. It's within the practical realities. I admire Franco for navigating that path. Notice I just said admire Franco for navigating that path within the realities of his situation. So again, I'm not advocating that Franco's rule is the best rule or he didn't do anything wrong. It's just liberal leads to socialism. No, it doesn't. Liberalism doesn't lead to socialism. Socialism and liberalism are diametrically opposed, Lone Wanderer. Socialism is collectivism. Liberalism is individualism. It is the collectivists that got in control of the American Democratic Party. It used to be a party, with some collectivists, but liberalists in it. Liberalism and socialism are diametrically opposed to each other. Liberalism is individualism. Socialism is collectivism. Socialism leads to communism, yes, but liberalism does not lead to. Abraham Lincoln does not lead to socialism, okay? Ronald Reagan does not lead to socialism. Margaret Thatcher does not lead to socialism. Margaret Thatcher is a conservative politician, but in the sort of conservative, yes, British sense, in that she wants to denationalize the means of manufacturing, turning the means of manufacturing back to individual ownership, even if it's lots of individuals, corporations, stock companies, and not state-controlled, or state-owned means of production. So she is a liberal in that sense, even though she's a conservative British politician. But liberalism does not lead to socialism. But coalitions, see, this is what we have in America, to jump to America, whether it's America in the 50s, America in the 80s, America today. We have two fronts. Like, you go the left-wing front and the right-wing front. And I'm thinking like Popular Front here, in that it's a coalition of factions that sometimes have organizations within them, unions, particular, like on the right, the NRA, the National Rifle Association, that is a coalition of gun owners. In the olden days, some of those guys could be Democrats in certain states that were, a lot of especially they were all maybe also union members, but they were also NRA people. So it's, so some guys are gun ownerships. That's the main thing, gun owners, yay. And most of the unions are on the left. So, you have coalitions of these things. They're not quite as ideologically party differentiate like we see in Europe, either in the 30s or today. But the American Republican Democratic parties are two coalition parties. They are, and this is what Europeans often find confusing about when they properly study American politics. They know this, but if they just sort of look at it from news reports, is what I'm talking about. They don't understand that whether it's even the modern Democratic Party and the modern Republican Party. Republican politicians are the most hated politicians because all the Democrats hate them and 2/3 of the Republicans hate them. But they're just less bad than from the Republican side's less bad than the Democrats. But yeah, trust me, most voters for the majority of the people that vote for Republicans do not like the politician they're voting for. They just dislike the other guy worse. So that is it. Liberalism emancipation from monarchy. Socialism emancipates from property. No, because you can have a monarchy. You can have a liberal monarchy. Liberalism and monarchy are not incompatible. Markets destroy the family feudal arrangements. The church. No. Liberalism is not a form of government. Okay, you can have a dictator. Somebody maybe like the Shah of Iran, setting up a socialist system, but he's a dictator who does not hold any elections, so he has no, socialist party or something like that. Or maybe a good better example would be Saddam Hussein and his Ba'athist party or something that was somewhat socialistic. You can have a dictator that's socialist, and you can have I'm not saying I can come up with a good example of it. Well, maybe we can look at either Britain or Japan. Modern day Japan is a monarchy that's a liberal monarchy. And Japan may be a very good example of a modern day liberal monarchy. They have downgraded themselves publicly, at least. I don't know what they privately think, that they're no longer divine, but they're still a monarchy, and they're still, I think, hold overwhelming approval of the Japanese people. Now, of course, they're not running a lot of politics because they're sort of a liberal monarchy. It's like, hey, as long as you guys don't fuck up too much here in Japan, you do what you want. And if you start to fuck up, well, yeah, maybe we'll have to start, doing stuff. Whether it's just saying, oh, well, this policy is bad, or this kind of action is bad, whatever, if it isn't apparent already to the Japanese political body consciousness that something is bad, then the monarch may come in and have to say something. But yeah, monarchy in Japan is a liberal monarchy. Within its societal viewpoint, it's very liberal. So I'm disagreeing with the Lone Wanderer. You're mixing metaphors, as it were, mixing socialism. Now, socialism definitely, even communism to some degree, recognizes private ownership of what they would consider non-means of production on a limited scale. Meaning, you can maybe own a car, but you can't own three, communism. You can't be too greedy. And if you're presuming like a car or a motorcycle is not a means of production, yeah, you can own a car under communism. Actually try to own it and have it in your name and have your, they can't, unless there's an overwhelming need, some war, invasion or something, you get to own and use that car however you want to, again, within the speed limits and the traffic laws. And if you can afford to buy gas, how much gas can be bought with or allotted ration to you or whatever, you can own a car under communism, even if communism worked the way they believe it could work, that there's enough gas and enough cars for everybody. Yeah, you can own a car, but you can't be greedy in that somehow you own 3 or 4 cars under communism. And communism is radical socialism, so collectively they own the means of production. Now, some socialists are sort of limited socialists. They believe certain industries or certain levels of means of production should be owned collectively, but you can have rich people that own some means of production. It varies on the socialist scale, but I agree with you that generally it goes. So you're mixing forms of government with, America has left Japan. I was actually reading about some of that last night. About 1956, I believe it was, the year in which America gives sovereignty back to Japan. And the Emperor Hirohito comes out and does say he has remorse. He uses the term remorse over World War II in a statement, and even though the prime minister says he shouldn't, he does. And that's when Japan gets its self-governance back. Japan is very, very, very happy with having the 7th Fleet stationed in Japan and having the U.S. carrier Ronald Reagan, because they are looking at the world and going, yeah, we need to arm up, but as one of the viewers said, and I don't think it's actually a real quote, but the Japanese Navy learned 3 lessons in World War II. Number 1, don't go to war with the USA. Number 2, don't go to war with the USA. And number 3, don't go to war with the USA. So Japan has learned, I think, this lesson that that they're an island nation off a continent like Britain is, and that they probably should not ever try to hold large swathes of continental land. That is not going to benefit them in the long term. And that they need to, and because they're an island nation, they do not have access to scales of resources on the continental scale. And so they probably need to find another great naval power to help protect them. And America seems like one that probably won't devour them like, China might, or the Soviet Union or something might. So they're quite happy with their arrangement as that. And so I think, and I'm looking also at Japanese culture, because I do study that as well as other things. And Japanese are very collectivist compared to liberal Westerners. Culturally, I'm just saying culturally, they are very collectivist, not so much their government formed as in communists, but culturally, they're very collectivist thinking. And I think to a large part, the Japanese monarchy is just willing to let everyone figure everything out, so long as nothing goes too far off the rails, sort of that they're there. And so they don't need to do anything because they're not going too far off the rails. And I think that's the case. Regarding cars, only because they have to recognize reality, not because they want to. Well, I think even the ideological communist, if you get them outside of deep urban environments like countryside, but every countryside person to have a car or a truck, yeah. I think, in their idealistical world that would never really happen, but everybody could have their own cars. I do think they would be. But the means of production, including means of food production, are collectively held under communism. There's no pro and anti-private communist socialism. It is core part of no. Property, as in with socialism, as in the means of production, you're absolutely right. It should core socialist beliefs. But you can look at Britain today. The Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, however much it exists, Lib Dems as they're called today, but the Liberal Party, and the Labour Party all agree that a certain level of socialism is good. Now, the Labour Party may want to renationalize British industry entirely. I don't, and it depends on maybe which. I don't think, I forget, whatever. All of them would think that. Some of them may think that. But they all agree that the healthcare industry, the means of production of healthcare, should be nationalized, should be owned by the government. All the hospitals should be government-run and owned hospitals. They believe that. So you can have socialists who can believe that only certain means of production be nationalized. But let me just say, let's say perfumes, and that includes male deodorants and whatever. But perfumes, if you wants to be a privately owned company, because, hey, if we all stink because the perfume companies charge too much for perfumes, we don't have to be French, but we could smell like the French if we want to, unbathed and unperfumed. We can smell French if we want to, or if prices become too much for, deodorants and perfumes, well, who the hell cares? But if prices for food or gasoline or what they would see as necessities go up too much, that's national. So you can get within a socialism, you can get a gradient. I know it leads ideologically to communism. I'm not arguing that point. But there are socialists who will believe that only what they see as essential industries for health and welfare or whatever, which could be farming, which could be, whatever, are nationalized. But luxury and other sorts of things, well, if they can survive on their own, heavily taxed, I'm sure, but if they can survive on their own, fine, they can be privately owned. You do have those kind of things. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up here, but countries are allies like Roman allies. Yeah, sort of. I know where you're talking about that. Japan, I mean to say Japan would be forced into a militaristic state to defend itself to prevent. Well, Japan is right now on a massive buildup, national military buildup, equal to anything prior to World War II. They are right now in spending budgets, and people are wondering, well, where they're going to get all this money for. But they're spending money like it's 1937 or 1938, building up their military. They're militarizing themselves as fast as practical right now as we speak, Nate, with American approval, because it so far looks like they're not going to go on another conquering binge. It's more like they're even sort of did another apology tour just within the last month or so to Korea. The prime minister, I think last week or two, the Japanese prime minister was in Korea doing another apology and like, hey, can we get along in South Korea and Japan, do good alliance kind of thing. So they're going militarized right now. They're trying to get more and more weapons. Now they're also down here. Literally down sort of here. I know the map doesn't, there's a few islands here. 3 new U.S. Patriot batteries have been deployed within the last couple of months, maybe even more recently, but have been deployed down here that are U.S. operated. We're also deploying more batteries down here too. And Japan is building more missiles. They're also massively building missiles. A lot of interception missiles, to shoot down other missiles or planes. So yeah. So yeah, Japan, but I don't think within probably mine, and I don't know your age, your lifetime is going to go back on a militaristic conquest viewpoint. I do think they are going to re-enshrine, be a man, join the military type ethos is going to be pushed forward in Japan more, I do believe. But, remember the samurai spirit, remember whatever. I do think that is, but I don't think it's going to be on a conquest mode. And I do think it's going to be on we want to be allies with America because China be big and scary, and even Russia is still a bit of a problem. And yeah, I think they see this. But America is an unreliable ally because you can get somebody like a Ron Paul on the right or somebody on the left that just decides we don't care enough to intervene over Taiwan or over Okinawa or whatever, and we'll just withdraw. And that could happen in just a few years, that Japan could be left holding its own. I'm not saying it's likely to happen in the next 5 or 10 years, but it's something that in the next 50 or 100 years, I think the Japanese are well enough aware that America could go isolationist again. And so they've got to arm up, but they would like to stay on the good side of the U.S. I do think whatever they do. Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, I understand. But see, if you set up the lone wanderer I know you didn't say it's equal. No, I'm reading what you're saying. I'm saying is if you have the ethos of liberalism, you get Ronald Reagan, who was a member of the Democratic Party until he saw the Democratic Party moving too left. You get people, liberalism. The Liberal Party in America was the Republican Party under Abraham Lincoln. That was the Liberal Party. The Democrat Party at the time was the Conservative Party at the time. It was a more popular, a little bit more populist, definitely more paternalistic party, the Democrats, which may or may not be the case today. But but it was the Conservative Party under Lincoln's day, not just over the slavery issue, but other issues. The Liberal Party was the Republican Party. And so conservatives in America want to conserve liberalism. in individualism, as in proper liberalism, not as liberalism claim or collectivism using the liberalism label. And that's where I think people have gotten confused. Also on privatization. Even the Bolsheviks, yeah, absolutely. They had to revert because they realized communism, they couldn't make communism work. They tried. Hello, Ulad88. Will you ever try to play Japan in World Ablaze? I'm done with World Ablaze for the foreseeable future. I am just done with it. I have a video on that. Will I play Japan again? I definitely have older Japanese playthroughs. You can check those out. Will I play Japan again someday? Yes. Whether it's under Black Ice or some other mod, I don't know. But for now, World Ablaze I'm done with. And until they make major changes, I don't think they're likely to make the changes. But until they make major changes, I am not going back to World Ablaze. I just have too much disagreement with them. You get a Democrat, too, who becomes socialist. Well, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, the modern Democratic Party. So you're mixing modern politics up with the labels. Okay, well, guys, I think we've gotten a little bit too off topic for my talk on Spain, but we do want to relate it to the modern world. I want to thank Lone Wanderer, Uland88, Nate, let's go back up the thing. Who else is still here? Folk may be still here. Thank you. Beam Slam, I don't know if you're still here. Thank you for hanging out with me. Arno, if you're still around, thank you. Ari, I think you've gone, but thank you. Sir Suspicious, thanks for your input. I think everybody who hung out with me, I especially want to thank my patrons, Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, Gary, Garrett, Marcus, and especially the Hoffmanator for your support over on Patreon. But everybody else, can you hit that like button or lick it if you like to lick it, and smash the subscribe button if you haven't already, and post a comment even if you are watching later or even if you just show up later. The Ruzen Cures, thank you so much for hanging out with me too. Yes, you're still here. Good. When these videos get posted regularly, if you even just quickly drop in and hit that like button and post a comment, that would be helpful for the algorithms, even though you hung out and were in the original live chat. I do appreciate all of that. I will be back tomorrow playing War Thunder, hopefully with a few of the Team G members, maybe a few new people if you guys want to play with us. And I forget which game I'm playing. I will be streaming for Slitherine TV on Twitch Monday, and then I'll be back next week with more Hearts of Iron on Saturday, and of course videos in the meantime. So thank you all. Hope to see you soon. So let me save this. Just make sure. I know we did up there, but yeah, it's the same date. I don't think anything really changed, but this way I now have a Spanish talk episode that I hopefully will be good. All right, guys. Well, my voice is bad. I'm going to take a cough thing to help it out and whatnot. So hopefully see you all tomorrow. If you like War Thunder, you just want to hang out.